Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Check, check. Fine.
Sea, and more importantly, the cradle of Christianity. The outside weather is quite rainy. I see it's around 28, inside it's 22. Well, you can relax and be comfortable because today we are here for the 28th National Convention of Christian Journalists. We are about to start the most important nucleus event of the ICPA, the 28th National Convention of Christian Journalists. And we do have a very relevant, explosive theme. Excellent resource panel. We have a great moderator. But to begin with, we shall now have an invocation, a prayer song. We begin this 28th National Convention by invoking the Almighty God, and we have with us Mr. Anton Jose, who's also part of a band called Voxygen. Over to you, Anton.
When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are King over the flood. I will be still, know you are God. I will be still, know you are God. Find rest my soul in Christ alone. Know His power in quietness and trust. When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are King over the flood. I will be still, know you are God. When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are King over the flood. I will be still, know you are God. I will be still, know you are God.
Thank you, Anton Jose. And I request all of you to kindly be seated as we have the camera, and let's not obstruct the camera. It's time to begin. Now is the time for the dignitaries to occupy the seats on the dais. But first, ladies and gentlemen, Reverend Fathers, Reverend Sisters, delegates and friends, Let me welcome on stage our visionary president, the go-getter, Sri Ignatius Gonsalves, on stage with a round of applause, please. I request Father Alfonso Elenical, SSP, author of several best authored books, to welcome our president with a multi-purpose shawl. Well, it's customary in ICPA that we keep doing this, with a usable shawl and a copy of a book, Christian Contributions in Nation Building, authored by the veteran journalist Joseph Gatia. I request Father Alfonso to do the honors of Thank you, Father Alfonso. As the President is thus welcomed, the other dignitaries will also be ceremoniously welcomed by the President himself. Now I call upon stage Father Cedric Prakash S.J., the moderator, to take possession of his seat. Welcome, Father Cedric Prakash S.J. Thank you. And we move on, the panelists and the speakers. Next, may I request Mr. R. Rajagopal.
We have students coming from different J schools or journalism departments of Rajagiri College, St. Albert, St. Teresa's, St. Xavier's, Madhurabhumi Journalism School, and some are on the way because the weather was very, very inclement. We had rather comfortable weather. We had actually rather comfortable weather, but in many other parts of the city it was worse. There is traffic problems, all sorts of problems that a sudden deluge can bring into a low-lying city. So, Lena was asking me, because she was also caught up in the rain, she was asking me, when will you start? I replied, exactly at 9. Because I'm an old-time journalist and a teacher of journalists for whom deadline is supreme. And we will not change it, I told her. And she made it. And especially to the younger, aspiring journalists, we want to set an example. We will not wait for a crowd to come. We started exactly at 9. Now, by the constitution of the ICPA, every ICPA event must be presided over the president. But then I am not presiding over this meeting. I am welcoming you all, and I would just introduce our moderator and hand over the mic to him. The rest is his arrangements. You know, to have somebody like Father Cedric Prakash, to me, I can just say that if you ask me who is he, he's a Jesuit priest, an activist Catholic editor of our land. So, once again, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for that erudite and information-packed presidential address. Before we begin the discussion, there's a request to kindly put your phones on silent mode. And if someone may leave, you may leave without distracting the others. And please be aware of the camera. Let's not obstruct the view. Well, now we know why Louis Vaipasheri, why we call this hall. So we are on sacred ground. Now I request the moderator, Father Cedric Prakash S.J., for his introductory remarks and to introduce the speakers and to carry forward the discussion. Over to you, Father.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. And on my behalf, welcome to each one of you. Thank you to the President of the ICPA, Mr. Ignatius Gonsalves, for that warm welcome and introduction. And it's good to be here. It's good because we have so many young, wonderful women and men in our midst for this convention. Besides, we have three very eminent panelists who are going to provide us with insights, who are going to challenge us. You have the theme of this convention up here on the board. Journalism under duress. Mission to speak truth to power. It's a very complicated theme, and as Mr. Gonsalves has already said at the beginning, when we are coming from so many different backgrounds, it's very difficult for us to be able to appreciate, to be able to compliment, to be able to be together. But then media, as the Justice said yesterday, being the fourth pillar of democracy, you cannot have democracy on three pillars, has a very substantial role. But we know what's happening in India today. We know the truth. And since we are Christian, we are Catholic journalists, I've written very strongly about it. If there is one group that is very frightened, are the Catholic and the Christian journalists. And that is true. You can pick out people who are writers, who are publishers, who are magazines, who actually speak truth to power. Everybody is afraid of their license, their registration, and so on. I wonder whether you know about that rape incident that took place in May, but was revealed after 8 days maybe. And there was one newspaper called The Telegraph, and we have the eminent editor here who's going to speak to us, who put a very powerful symbol that was taken up by newspapers and magazines all over the world. The headline read, "It took 79 days for pain and shame to pierce the 56-inch skin," with 79 crocodiles there. And it's not easy to put a cartoon like this on the front page of a newspaper, which made waves all over the world. Which of our Catholic newspapers would have had the guts to do it? We are constantly putting photos of bishops and garlanding and ceremonies and things like that. There is something systemically wrong that we have not learned from Jesus Christ, the master communicator, the one who was able to speak truth to power. So today on a day like this, I'm not a speaker. I don't intend moderating too much, because moderators are not meant to do too much of moderation. With three eminent panelists, I think we should give them their share to speak. And I think you, my dear friends, especially the young women and men gathered here, have a moral obligation to challenge. Further ado, I will not be introducing the panelists all together now, one by one. We begin with Dr. Rajgopal, who will speak to us for about 40 minutes. His is meant to be the keynote address. And the role, the mission, the responsibility of the Fourth Estate is to be able to have the courage to speak truth to power. We have journalists that have been incarcerated. A close friend of mine, Gauri Lankesh, was killed in Bangalore some years ago. And Siddiq Kapin and so on, these were jailed just because he went to investigate that Hathras gang rape case. But Dr. Rajgopal has written a lot, has been on several other newspapers before the Telegraph. He has studied here in the Ivanius School of Communications. Oh, college, okay. So his roots are here, but his roots are universal. His roots belong to the country, like a banyan tree, and he is one journalist who has the audacity today to speak truth to power. So without further ado, let me invite Mr. Rajgopal to give us insights, to challenge us, to tell us what more we can do to make this country a better place. Over to you, sir. Sorry, I'm sorry, he's going to use a PowerPoint, so we will have to sit outside here.
It's fine. It's okay. Dignitaries and my dear friends, thank you very much for turning up on such an early morning, especially on such a rainy day. I've been asked to speak on speaking truth to power, but in my 33 years in journalism, I've come to realize that if you speak truth to power, it's largely a futile exercise. And over the years also, I also come to know that it's better to speak truth to the source of the power, that is the people. That's why even though I'm not a speaker, my job is to report on those who speak. I try not to miss any opportunity to interact and converse with those who are source of the power, that the people. Again, I'm repeating, I have realized with great sadness that there is no point speaking truth to those in power of any political color and ideology, because truth itself matters when you're on the other side of the divide. So what I'm trying to do today, I will walk you through an incident that is bearing on what happened actually, as it turns out, exactly a month ago. Many of you will be witness to what the incident I'm speaking to. Some of the younger people will not be. My idea is to walk you through that incident, none of which is not well known, and then contrast it with what happened last month, to basically to try to engage with all of you and try to convince you that how in 50 years or so we have changed, not just as a country, as a world itself we have changed. And then the responsibility also lies with us. It's not, it's easy to blame Narendra Modi for everything, but that need not be so. The fault also lies with us. So with your permission, I will start. I will also once in a while show some slides. So please remember, these slides are not very clear. One reason is I am not good at, I took a screenshot on my phone and then uploaded it with the help of my son who is studying in Haryana. And then these clips are mostly 50 years old, so it won't be very clear, but please bear with me for the poor quality. So I'm starting now. What is the headline that you regret not giving? This is a question I'm often asked, that what is the headline that you regret not giving? Without hesitation, I can say it was the Apollo 11 mission. Apollo 11 mission, as we all of us know, is the one about the moon landing. When Commander Neil Armstrong took the greatest of one small step on July 21, 1969, I was less than a year old. But the meticulousness of modern archives has helped me relish, although a bit late, the delight of the headline, I regret not being able to give. Now I'll go all to work anywhere and even in journalism. So I'm starting with that headline. I will show you the slide, then I'll speak about it. Give me a minute, please. Oh, you were unable to see, I think, no? We can see it on the laptop. It's a very simple headline. It says, Man on Moon. Few headlines can be more simple, and direct and hard-hitting. I often wonder what headline I would have given that fateful day. The mere thought about the burden of history leaves me short of breath. It was such a big incident, you know. I don't know what headline I would have given. But this is so direct. Of course, Man on Moon is not a perfect headline. In present times, it may be called into question for gender insensitivity and inequality, as demonstrated by the poignant movie Hidden Figures that portrayed the unsung women mathematicians who played a stellar role during the space race in the latter half of the 20th century. That now if you give a headline like this, it will not be a right thing to do, because if there is a man on moon, there have been hundreds of thousands of women working behind it. So in that sense, it is not a perfect headline, but it's still a very powerful headline in the sense that it can communicate things. I'm coming to that. As a headline, Man on Moon works for me because it is untrammeled by the usual constraints of space, time, and proper nouns that saddle a headline usually. You think about any headline. Usually when you talk about a headline, it has space, time, proper nouns. We'll say, like this place called, it happened in Canada, we say. Or it happened, the chief minister said something, the prime minister said something, the opposition leader said something. So there will be proper nouns. And there will be time. It happened last month, it happened today, it's going to happen tomorrow. But this headline, you look at it, none of those things are there. It's what you call a timeless headline. You know, any time in any point in history, everybody will be able to relate to such a headline. Now, Man on Moon also has a noble element that is not readily apparent. If you look at it, there is something hidden there that is not readily apparent. I will come to it later. Now let us come back to exactly a month ago, on August 23rd, what happened. Consider some of the better headlines in Indian newspapers when Chandrayaan-3 soft landed on August 23 for the first time on the lunar South Pole. The headline that tickled me most was in Malayalam Manorama. I'm coming to that. It has Bharat Chandran ISRO. For Malayalis, this headline needs no explanation. For the benefit of our guests from outside the state, may I add that the headline takes off from a blockbuster action movie, Bharat Chandran IPS. I hope it is just a coincidence that Suresh Gopi, now with the BJP and a prospective Lok Sabha election candidate, played the lead role. Suresh Gopi, as it happens, is again back in the news from yesterday. So it's a coincidence of news. Then Anandabasa Patrika, that is a flagship newspaper of the group that I work for. I work for the Telegraph. Telegraph is owned by Anandabasa Patrika. That paper also is a bust of headlines. Very, very curiously, Anandabasa Patrika, a Bengali newspaper that is published thousands of miles from here, 3,000 miles from here, also had a very similar headline, but without the movie twist. Basically, it says Bharat Chandro, the same headline. It says Bharat Chandro, you know, Anandabasa headline. So it's a Malayalam newspaper and a Bengali newspaper, both market leaders in their own respective spheres. Exactly the same headline, one with a movie test. Another sparkling headline was in the Hindu. It says, India lights up the dark side of the moon. The Hindu has to be congratulated because this headline is true to facts. Because it's the first time a human machine or something with a human contribution is landing on the side of moon. In that sense, it's a correct headline. Some headlines sound very good, but they did not reflect facts. Here, without saying so explicitly, the Hindu has highlighted the fact that Chandrayaan-3 is the first craft to touch down on the lunar South Pole. The Times of India also had an evocative headline. India goes where no nation's gone before. Here it is more direct than the Hindu, but both headlines convey more or less the same point. Now let's go back to Man on Moon. Isn't something missing here? I'm going back to the other headlines. This is India goes where no nation's gone before. India lights up dark side of the moon, Bharat Chandra, and now Bharat Chandra IPS. Isn't something missing here? Most of the Indian newspapers, including the one I work for, the Telegraph, ensured that the word India or Bharat was in the headline. Can you spot America, US, Uncle Sam, the land of the brave and home of the free in the headline Man on Moon? See, there's no country there. In 50 years, how we have changed. There is complete absence of nationalism in the headline. In this context, in the apparent absence of blind nationalism, many American newspapers, in many American newspapers, when the moon landing took place, I would like to draw your attention to a sentence in Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. The best and noblest gifts of humanity cannot be the monopoly of a particular race or country. The best and noblest gifts of humanity cannot be the monopoly of a particular race or country. But in real life, how many of us follow this? If a newspaper in today's world had not mentioned India or had not portrayed Chandrayaan-3 as an achievement of India, we would be now called anti-nationals. That is where. But 50 years ago, look at this, an American newspaper. Where is America? Can you see America anywhere in the headline, in the page? It's just a banner. So that is how we have changed. Remember when it happened, and this time, when it happened, it's the first ever in the world. It's not that they're just sending a machine, they're actually sending human beings there. Far bigger achievement. Remember, America had just won one of the stiffest races in human history, the space race. The American moon mission took place under multiple presidents with different political leanings. When the mission began, a Republican president, Eisenhower, was in power. The mission gained momentum under Kennedy and Johnson, both Democrats. And it concluded when Nixon, a Republican, was in the White House. Political lore has it that when Nixon spoke to the astronauts on the phone, this is actually the picture of Nixon speaking to the astronauts from the Oval Office to the astronauts. When the preparations began, when the preparations began, it was not certain that the Apollo 11 will land on moon. It could have just blown up and there could have been tragedy, so nobody knew what's going to happen. So the initial suggestion was that to include some sentences in praise of the then administration. That is, in this telephone call, everything is rehearsed, as we know. So, like when our space, Rakesh, he said, Sare Jahan se, Indira Gandhi asked him, how is India looking from there? And he said, Sare Jahan se ache. Obviously, it is a made-up thing. You could not have seen India from there. But he said, Sare Jahan se ache. So similarly, everything is rehearsed in these kind of big spectacles. So the initial suggestion was to include some sentences in praise of the then administration. But according to the American Public Broadcasting Service, Frank Borman, who was acting as White House's liaison to NASA, he thought that these sentences, the original sentences, were too political. So he had the courage to do his job. He told Nixon, I'm quoting, "Look, Mr. President, you really don't have anything to do with Apollo 11. You are just the fortunate or unfortunate recipient of this mission, depending on whether it succeeds or fails. What you really should say is something very simple and not partisan. A few words of congratulations and then get off the air." This is also a different world. Imagine somebody saying that to Narendra Modi now, especially when he appeared, when Chandrayaan landed. I don't think any Indian saw Chandrayaan landing. We saw something else. In the end, Nixon's words to Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were non-partisan and not even self-congratulatory. See, Nixon is probably one of the most hated American presidents, most unpopular American presidents. He had a lot of problems, but in this one call, we cannot blame him. This is what he told them. Nixon told them, I'm quoting, "Neil and Buzz, I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room of the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become the part of man's world. As you talk to us from the sea of tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to earth." I'm not forgetting for a moment about the politics that eventually followed. The strategic defense initiatives of the Star Wars program that so when then Reagan came to power, then a lot of other things that undesirable things happened after this. But please note that I'm confining myself to how a bunch of journalists resisted the temptation to thumb chess on such a momentous day. My objective is not to defend or criticize how the American state responded. I will re-emphasize this point later when I come to another example. Of course, it's possible that some American newspapers screamed Americans on moon or America on moon. It's possible, nobody is perfect. But most of the headline I have seen or have survived on the front lines of the internet today, I'll just show you most of the headlines I saw are this. It's a series of man on moon, man on the moon, men on the moon, man walks on the moon. That's the New York Times. Man walks on the moon. The New York Times gave this headline. Then men walk on the moon or just walk on the moon. Again, I'm emphasizing the point. You cannot see America anywhere here. Can you imagine an Indian newspaper doing it last month without India anywhere in the main headline in the front page? It's a series of newspapers with that. So obviously it is not one newspaper. It is not one. It is a culture of that period. You know, even a country like America, where nationalism is at the core, the country, the nation is the core of the very existence of the American state. Even there, journalists had the courage. Journalists and the readers also, and possibly the readers also. Otherwise, why should everybody do it? That means the quality of the readers also was different. That's also when people say that journalism is bad in India, I blame the audience also for it. So this must be. I don't know what the situation was 50 years ago in America. I have no way of knowing what it is. But the thing is that every single newspaper behaving like this, there must be a common soul that gave them the courage to do it. That soul must, again, coming from the source of the power of the people. Now, so basically, man on moon, for all the problems, like it has a gender problem, very serious gender issue, but even then, it does not suffer from small-mindedness. It does not suffer from jingoistic pride defined by geographical or territorial boundaries. In this, one parochial headline, one delightful headline stood out among the blizzard of men, 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 and men. And this is this headline. It states, Neil steps on moon. The newspaper was Wapakoneta Daily News from Ohio, reporting on the adventure of the city's most famous son. So this is Armstrong's hometown newspaper. So there, they did not go with the man, or there's just, our Neil is on the moon. And when the Apollo 11 returned to the Earth, the Wapakoneta Daily News did not disappoint the readers. This is what they said. Welcome home, Neil, they said, you know. I guess if your town produces someone like Commander Armstrong, you earn the right to carry such headlines. Perhaps because of my age, undoubtedly I am a child of the 20th century, not the 21st. I cannot but drop my joy and awe at the audacity of Satyajit Ray in Padidanti. There's a movie called The Adversary, 1970. All of you should see it, especially the young people. It's also quite a coincidence because Suresh Gopi is in controversy because of whether he wants to head or not to head an institute named after Satyajit Ray. So in that movie, there is a legendary interview scene. You can see it in YouTube. It's actually, though it's a Bengali movie, this interview scene is completely in English. In this legendary interview scene, Siddhartha, played by the very handsome Didhiman Chatterjee, chooses the Vietnam War over the moon landing as the most outstanding and significant event of the last decade. So the interviewers asked him to explain why Siddhartha does so. He says, "We weren't entirely unprepared for the moon landing. We knew it had to come sometime. We knew it had to happen. It was not unpredictable." Asked if the war in Vietnam was unpredictable, Siddhartha says, "Not the war itself, but what it has revealed about the Vietnamese people, about the extraordinary power of resistance, ordinary people, peasants, and no one knew they had it in them. This isn't a matter of technology. It is just plain human courage, and it takes your breath away." So this is where my Moon On headline presentation ends. So I want you to think about it briefly. So again, the point I made earlier. Imagine 1 month ago when Chandrayaan reached we carried a headline like, or let's say that we defeat Pakistan in a cricket game. We always treat it as we have just won a war or something like that, you know. So Also, which channel will you, or which newspaper? A newspaper that does not carry a cricket victory on page 1. I'm sure none of you will even take a second glance at it. If Chandrayaan Day, if the main story of the day by a newspaper in India was about something that happened in Manipur, I'm sure most of us here would not have touched that newspaper. So again, when I say that when journalism is bad, it's also because the audience, there is a problem with the audience. Now I come to another part of the concluding part of my presentation. This another question I come across frequently is what my favorite headline is. So one is the headline I wish I could give, but I was not able to. That's why I told you the moon and moon. The second one is, what is my favorite headline? Again, without hesitation, I can say the biggest news event in my career and possibly in my life has been the September 11, 2001 attack on America. This was one event that stunned headline writers. No serving news person had seen an equivalent event in his or her professional life. There was nothing equivalent in any newsroom at the time. Especially, I remember in India, it happened on around 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the night. No, none of us knew how to handle this news. Most newspapers went with the simple yet very powerful headline, that is, America attack on America, or US attack. It's a very simple headline. It worked because the unthinkable happened. The country that usually attacks people are being attacked. The tables are turned. The mightiest nation on the planet was under attack. You don't need puns to hammer home the obvious. There were also the extreme ones. I can show you here some abusive words. Expletives became headline words those days. Words that question the parentage of the perpetrators. You know, that kind of, they became popular headlines at that time. But I was struck by one headline. I was struck by this headline given by the Globe and Mail, a Canadian newspaper. For me, that was a jaw-dropping headline. Actually, it is a jaw-dropping headline. The shortest verse and the greatest story ever told has only 2 words. Jesus wept. My favorite headline is longer by 1 word and 2 letters. Day of infamy. Just 3 words. Packing the past, the present, and the future. Infamy was the word handpicked by President Roosevelt in his speech to Congress after the Pearl Harbor attack on December 7, 1941. In the first draft of the speech, Roosevelt changed a date which will live in world history to a date which will live in infamy. You can see this in the slide on the screen, the change in Roosevelt's own handwriting. That word cut and written by, it's written by Roosevelt's own handwriting. The final draft read, the one he delivered to the Congress, the final draft read, yesterday, December 7, 1947, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by the naval and air forces of Empire of Japan. Why did I say that the Canadian headline packed the past, the present, and a terrifying future? The past. The headline infamy was a reminder and acknowledgement that the only equivalent act in American history was the Pearl Harbor attack. The present. Now, as was the case then, America was frightened. The cries of the trapped sailors and Marines in the sinking battleship USS Arizona reverberated across a shaken America in 1941. In 2001, when the attacks happened, the unseen president, Bush Jr., the Bush II, the unseen president taking shelter in a bunker, brought home to America the terror that it thought could never cross into stateside. And the future. So that this headline in the past, it reminded America that the only equivalent event is Pearl Harbor. The present, it shows how frightened America is, as it was frightened then. And the future was, tucked away at the end of President Roosevelt's infamous speech was this line. I ask that the Congress declare that a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire. We all know what happened since then, how the sleeping giant woke up, as the wise General Tojo had feared, the Japanese general, when Pearl Harbor attack was launched, he had warned the emperor that you are waking up a sleeping giant. And then the world history will change. And then America then dispatched its fearsome bombers all the way to Tokyo. The headline infamy prophesied a similar outcome. War is inevitable, just as it was 60 years earlier. We know what happened since then. When Operation Enduring Freedom, the strike back on Afghanistan, was launched on October 7, 2001, I recalled the Globe headline and realized it is coming true. Almost everyone knew America would have attacked Afghanistan, but the Globe predicted it crystal clear without saying so. Some newspapers had thundered its war. but the globe predicted it with the burden, if not insight of history, without baying for blood. I'm told some American newspapers also use the infamous phrase, but I found the headline of Globe most striking. In both the Moon and 9/11 examples, please note that, that my admiration is reserved for those who brought out the newspapers on those particularly difficult days, and not for the American government or its policies. While brushing up in this conversation, I made another startling discovery. The Man on Moon headline I showed you was in red. Several newspapers had given that same headline, like the Man on Moon. I showed you earlier also. One newspaper was also given it. Again, this was Man on Moon. It's a strange coincidence. Which newspaper is it? It is the Globe and Mail. So personally in my level, the headline I could not give, Globe and Mail gave. And the greatest headline I think any newspaper has given in my lifetime, that also Globe and Mail had given. So the Globe's Day of Infamy headline had stayed with me. So much so that I was restless until I found out who wrote that headline. And I wanted to know, because as a professional, I was very envious, very jealous about who could give such a great headline. So I wanted to find out. So finally, I tracked down the address of Richard Addis, the then editor of the Globe and Mail, and asked him if he could let me know who wrote the headline. Then this is what Addis replied to me. The name of the person who wrote the headline was John Quinlan, night editor of the Globe and Mail at the time, and one of my most esteemed colleagues. We both have a great love of headlines, he and I, and we would often labor over them together late in the evening. But on that occasion, the headline was his alone. I think the echoes of Pearl Harbor were absolutely intended, yes. I salute the craft of Quinlan. I also doff my imaginary hat to Addis. There's a lesson for all of us here. How many editors will give full credit to a colleague, especially a junior colleague? I leave you with this question. Is Day of Infamy a great headline, or is Addis' acknowledgement, the headline was his alone, greater than the great headline? So my presentation actually ends here, but I was requested that I should speak about about telegraph, at least one. I have also managed a great feat. I have finished a presentation without mentioning any of the headlines that my newspaper has given. So, which is also a good thing. So, but I was requested. So I'll briefly, very, very briefly, I will show two headlines. I'll show how things have changed between 2015 and 2014, 2015 and now. And that, I think that will illustrate this thing. When Narendra Modi came to power, 2014, it was portrayed as victory for development, because that is how they had, that was the mask they had used to cover up for communalism, and it was portrayed. So it became easy for many educated Indians to support Modi, because they said, we are not anti-Muslim, we are not anti-Christian, but we are voting for development. So it is in this category. And also they said, we are voting against corruption. Corruption was a very, very big issue. Modi had made it in such a big issue. But in 2015, the first corruption scandal to hit the Modi government, Modi government in the sense, the BJP, it happened in 2015, after Modi came to power. This question was, there was a gentleman called Lalit Modi, the cricket genius or whatever. He had but then escaped to England, and it emerged that somebody had given him a letter asking, recommending that he be given permanent residency in the United Kingdom. And it cannot be anybody, because it has to be somebody in power. So there was a lot of speculation on it. One doubt was Sushma Swaraj, who was the foreign minister at that time. She had given the recommendation. Then when that controversy was dying down, suddenly it emerged that it was actually Vasundhara Raje. She was the chief minister of BJP leader and chief minister of Rajasthan, who had given that recommendation letter, or at least that was the allegation. Till today, there's no official confirmation. This was a scandal when it also, till then, Narendra Modi used to speak almost everything under the sun. Whatever happens, he used to react very immediately. And this was also one of the first, after he came to national limelight, is the first instances where Modi developed silence as an art of political management. He simply refused to react to inconvenient facts, which continues even today. Manipur we know, and yesterday we know what happened 2 days ago in Parliament. And as far as I know, he has not opened his mouth on this. So that particular art, the art of silence, it started with this particular event I'm going to show you briefly. So what had happened was Modi was refusing to comment on this. And this, at that time, it was a shocking, the silence was shocking. Now it is no longer shocking. It was shocking because he had come to power on an anti-corruption plank. And it was very, everybody expected him to come out and speak or take some action, but nothing happened. So fortunately or unfortunately for headline writer at that time, it also, when this controversy was happening, it also coincided with International Yoga Day, which again Modi was making into a world spectacle. So he himself used to take part in, even now he does in wherever, I think this time he did in America. So then he had, I think in Delhi on one of the roads, Rajpath possibly, he did some asanas. So the one of the asanas he chose, one of the yoga asanas he chose, went well with the silence that was going on at the time. So at that time, the Telegraph, this was the headline the Telegraph carried. So we got see, what I'm saying, this is a big criticism against Telegraph. It's a valid criticism also. None of this information is exclusive to us. Even the signature, that was on the public domain. That letter was in the public domain. The picture was in the public. So all we did was we just put certain things together, because this is a criticism that we often face. Again, I admit it. It's not that we have done some original work on our own. We are just putting things together. So here it's what I'm trying to say is, here it's very clear what we are trying to say. We are not hiding behind any cover, legal dodge or anything like that. We are making it as direct as possible. Now, 8 years later, when Father Prakash was speaking about the crocodile headline, so I will come to that. When it happened, this was the one. See, it became very popular, but personally, it carries a big tale of compromise behind it. If you look at it in journalism, students will understand this. It's probably, I think, one of the rare instances where there's no headline. Actually, it doesn't have a headline. What goes there, in our jargon, it's called a kicker, it's called a strapline or a shoulder. The headline is missing because we didn't have the courage to give any headline to this. Because whatever we put there could have been legal issues, So the legal advice was you cannot in any way link it to the Prime Minister or anybody, because it becomes defamation, it becomes libel. So that is how we are saying we have lost courage in 8 years. 8 years ago, we did not. There was absolutely no fear in us, because we thought we were still living in the memory of Manmohan Singh. Manmohan Singh was Prime Minister just 2 years ago, so we thought we were dealing with somebody like that. But 8 years down the line, 8 years down the line, this is what. There's no headline. We had to compromise. Also, on page 1, actually 3. I'm sorry, it got cut from the middle of the page. On that day, there were 3 important developments. I think one is the first time the Prime Minister spoke about Manipur. The second was the Manipur Chief Minister, Biren Singh. He said that hundreds of such incidents, this is about the 2 women being paraded naked and shot dead. And he said that hundreds of such incidents have taken place. So why are you making it such an issue? So that was on the third issue was the Supreme Court told the government that if you don't act, we will act. So any newspaper, any news editor, any editor, these 3 stories, there's no way you can produce a page that day without these 3 stories on page 1. So our page was ready. All 3 pages were there. All 3 stories were below. Below this, all 3 stories were there. That is the Biren Singh story, Prime Minister story, and Supreme Court story. Just before the page was released, one of my colleagues pointed out that, are you saying the crocodile tears apply to the Supreme Court also? 1 minute, sorry, I'm sorry. So my colleague asked me, by putting this crocodile there and the Supreme Court story below that, are you saying that Supreme Court also is shedding crocodile tears? So this, it hadn't occurred to me that such an interpretation can be given. But my colleague was right. We live in such a time that I'm sure that some supporter of the Prime Minister, if he had went ahead with that page, some supporter of the Prime Minister would have very innocently gone to the court and said that, look, this newspaper is calling the Supreme Court, saying the Supreme Court is shedding crocodile tears. At that point, now it may look I'm exaggerating, but it's not exaggerating. Look at what happened to Rahul Gandhi. The person who went to the court, to the Gujarat court, he has nothing to do with what Rahul Gandhi said about the Modi surname, but he's a completely different person who just happened to have a Modi surname. So in contemporary India, anything can be used against you. That is the problem is that anything can be. So what we took a compromise because we had to somehow get this crocodile to save the crocodile. We sacrificed the Supreme Court. That's why I'm saying the Supreme Court went inside in the inside page, which is a very bad news decision. But for journalism, I think we took the right decision because at the end of the day, as a newspaper employee, I have certain responsibility to the management also. So there's a very famous saying from Washington Post, probably the greatest publisher ever, Katharine Graham. When Brent Bradley wanted to run the Pentagon Papers, everybody was very pumped up, but then Katharine Graham took Bradley inside a room and told him that, you must remember that you can publish only if there's a newspaper. So the editor also has a responsibility to ensure that newspaper survives somehow or other. So again, people in the corridor, one of my friends were asking me, how does your newspaper suffer you? I wonder how they do it. So the problem I face is not from the government, but the problem I face is again from the readers. Our core readers are very, very unhappy. So at some point in time, advertisers are very unhappy because we are going after the government like this every day. So at some point, this enchantment, this contentment, it'll achieve a critical mass and it becomes unviable to publish such a newspaper. It's a truth. So what I'm saying is that behind this so-called courage, beyond this so-called daring, there's a gnawing worry every single day. So the only compromise, I don't have any answers for it. So what I've told the management is, any time you feel that we have crossed that unviable, that bringing out this newspaper, because newspaper it needs a lot of cash, you need a lot of newsprint. The moment you think that the paper is becoming unviable because of its journalist, and you should let me know, I will quietly go away, because if that is what it takes to save a newspaper, I will do that. Not only me, all my colleagues will do that. So what I'm trying to tell you is, you also have a responsibility, audience have a responsibility. Every time you see a Republic TV, every time you read a newspaper that is spewing hate, every time you read a social media website that is spewing hate, you're also sounding, you're also driving the nail into people who are trying, I will say trying, I'm not saying none of us succeeding, trying to do journalism. So my request to you is, please think about what you watch, what you see, what you think, and by all means, like Father Prakash said, do criticize, do challenge, but the thing is engage, that's very important. Also try to think why a newspaper or why a television channel must have done what it has done. There must be often, I'm sure this story, even my family doesn't know the story, because it was a very hard decision, but sometimes it would to take this kind of decisions, So my presentation more or less ends here. Now one question some of you may have, I don't know, that what did the Telegraph do when Chandrayaan landed? So it was not again, I'm saying, see, this is why I'm saying again, it is not a popular. Telegraph was, my newspaper was a very loud paper. It's a beloved paper. In 1982, it was the youngest newspaper in India. It was started, people loved the paper because there was I would not say there was very little politics in it. There was a lot of sport reporting, sports news. So it was a paper that was, people come up to me and say that we grew up with that newspaper, they love the paper. But now the paper is hated almost universally by our core readership, especially by the group that says that it grew up with the paper. So they almost look at me like an imposter, the man who made the Telegraph the most hated figure in Calcutta. So eventually, I think my epitaph will be that, because nobody will remember this headline. People will say the man who destroyed Telegraph also. But I have no regret about what I did. So I will tell you why we are a hated paper. When you see that Moon headline, you were such a big day. The Telegraph can only nitpick, you know. But I think that is what journalism also. It's our job to nitpick. So this is what it was. Because obviously the Prime Minister thought that he should appear on television, that visual is also there. But this, from a political point of view, people may enjoy. But imagine a nation that is pumped up by television the previous day, that India has achieved something like that. But the next day you see the morning, somebody is trying to belittle the national achievement. It is not a very popular thing to do. So I end my presentation here. Later, if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much for the patience. I hope I have been of some use to you.
Yeah, we just before Dr. Rajgopal sits and we get Leena to be the next speaker, do we have any questions, any brief comments? Because we'll have an interaction session after all three speakers. We have a fairly long morning, engaging, interacting, critiquing, challenging, and see how we can compromise. How can we put what the Chief Justice says on Manipur in an inner page, you know, without saying that even they have crocodile tears. Anybody wants to make a quick comment? Not a speech. Any question? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rajgopal.
Yeah.
We will stop here. We will put up the screen and invite all the panelists to come back on the stage, and we'll have Leena giving us. But before...
Father, I'll take a minute, Father. One small clarification.
Yes.
I'm making it a clarification because I want to tell them, I'm not a doctor. I'm a very plain graduate. I want to say this because, because this is also, there is a deliberate attempt in outside Kerala to Malay in Kerala, saying that our education system earlier was something very serious.
Yeah.
I studied, my schooling I did from Trivandrum, I did my college from Trivandrum, I did the journalism course from Trivandrum. I'm just a plain graduate, and I did not know, I still don't know Bengali, the language, and if I can reach where I reached in Telegraph, anybody from Kerala also can do. So I tell the story where I say that I don't quote any big journalist. I say like Gandhi, my life is my message. So that's what I'm saying.
Good. Excellent. Mr. R. Rajagopal. And I'm not a father. I'm not given a side any children. Okay? And I'm Cedric.
Thank you.
Come, Leena and... Yeah, our next speaker is Leena Raghunath. In fact, only when we met this morning, she reminded me of her coming to Gujarat years ago, her doing very, very, very path-breaking stories on a guy like Asimanand. We have been tracking, we have had lots of problems in Gujarat. Vajpayee came there, he cried, and he said, Father, this should not happen to Christians. There were crocodile tears there. But he goes to the helipad and says there should be a national debate on conversion. After the Gujarat carnage, he came to Gujarat and told Modi in front of everybody, you must follow Raj Dharam. He goes to Goa for the BJP national meeting and says, Muslims should join the mainstream of the country. So the whole idea, people change narratives. People change when things are inconvenient, when they need to appease and we are famous with our WhatsApp, we run with the hare and hunt with the hound. But Leena has not been doing it. Today she is the editor of the Supreme Court editor, but in the past she has had, She has many other responsibilities. She is currently the editor-in-chief of the Supreme Court Observer, one of the most prominent legal journalism websites in India. She's a 3-time National Award-winning journalist with 19 years of experience in journalism and in law. For her reporting on crime and gender, she has received, among others, the Mumbai Press Club's Read Link Award in 2015 and 18, and the Ladli Media Award for 2018. She has been working with a lot of other groups like the Times of India, the Caravan, Al Jazeera, Hindustan Times, and so on. But today, we have the privilege and great honor of welcoming Mrs. Leena Raghunath in our midst. Thank you for coming, and we look forward to your insights, to your inputs, your challenges to us all, both to the young and to the not so young in this room. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you to the dignitaries on the stage and the audience here. It is truly an honor to be seated among such dignified and respected members of the press. You know, this is truly an honor that I never thought would come to me, because I am a product of Kochi Law College, and journalism I did in Kochi. I started my journalism career with the New Indian Express Bureau. I think you are honoring my first bureau chief, Mr. Manoj K. Das, today in the evening. So that is the humble start I had to career in journalism. Ron Sebastian, Sir Sebastian Paul's son, was in law with me. I never thought that I would get a chance to sit on a dais with him. When I was invited here, when Mr. Ignatius sent this invitation, and I knew that Mr. Rajgopal was going to be on the dais, I wrote to my founding editor and said that I need this opportunity to go back to Kerala and do this event, because I never thought that somebody would invite me and ask me to sit along with him. This is the kind of editors, you know, that is becoming a very rare breed in India today. And as he ended his speech, we know that maybe even those days of, you know, he is doubting at the institution, and the institution itself is doubting how long it can print Telegraph in the way that it is going out today. It is in this context that we come to this topic, journalism under duress, mission to speak to power. Now, when I went to Delhi, I had a small journalism career in Kochi, working as, you know, mostly not on pay, but because I was doing my law simultaneously and I wanted to complete my law, and because journalism was my passion, Mr. Manoj K. Das, you knew me, said that, Leena, if you want to quit, you have a job here. If you want to quit your studies, I said, no, I want to complete my law. He said, then there is a chair, a computer, and my editor is available for you, but no bylines. You can come and work here any time of the day. So I said, Kochi Law College rarely has any class. My only job was to go sit in the library and read books. So I'd rather, in the free time, whenever, you know, I'll come and report. So I always had a desk and a computer and the sub-editors to help me with stories at the New Indian Express, and that is how I started my career. Now, you would all be thinking why someone from such a humble background and at such a young age would be here with these dignitaries, we be allowed a seat. So, as Mr. Rajgopal said, my personal story is what I have to offer you. So let me take you back to 2011 when I started reporting from Delhi. Delhi journalism is a very privileged journalism. As you might see Modi and some of the anchors calling this, Delhi journalism is access journalism. You don't get to meet with the ground that much as the politics and the parties and the, you know, and the luxuries that comes with it, Delhi journalism. My editor, the executive editor of Caravan, I was working at the Caravan. It is a small niche narrative journalism magazine that was started in 2010. It existed in a previous form. You might have heard of the old Caravan. It was discontinued. Then the third generation of that publisher who started that magazine relaunched it and invited a Malayali from Wayanad called Dr. Vinod K. Jose to run this magazine. And he wanted a lawyer in his newsroom because all the other editors were from American editors. One of the editor we had there is today Guardian's long form editor. And the reporters that were there was pass outs of the Columbia Institute of Journalism, one of the biggest institute of journalism there. So I was nobody there. But he said, I need a lawyer in my newsroom. So if you want to come and be a production coordinator here, you can come and be there. So I said, I have more experience in journalism than most of your editors and journalists here. He said, that doesn't matter. It's the degree and certificates and all that. But you come and work, you prove yourself here. So I went, I worked. It is from him I kept hearing that what journalism meant. Today, whenever I write, I say, I went to the best school of journalism because Dr. Vinod K. Jose trained me. He was himself a Columbia graduate, but the training that I got in that newsroom stood me well to do one of the most, I don't know whether I can go ahead and claim one of the most impactful stories, but in 2014, the run-up to the elections, that was one of the most headache stories that RSS and BJP had to put up with. My 2-year-long investigation into the Samjhauta bomb blasts and all the corresponding blasts that had till then put a bunch of Muslims in jail claiming that they were behind these blasts. But later, through investigations of multiple agencies, the trail was finally found to be leading to RSS and some of its foot soldiers. Swami Asimanand, one of the major person, and today another MLA, Pragya Singh Thakur, were some of the culprits that were then named. When Vinod, my editor, called me and said, Leena, as a lawyer and a journalist, is this something that you want to work on? I said, I'll study the case and come back to you. That is when I knew there were 4 bomb blasts accused, a murder, in multiple parts of the country. And all these blasts were investigated by multiple agencies. So in the first, the Samjhauta blast, which occurred in a train to Pakistan, was investigated by the Special Task Force of the Railways. Then it went to the CBI, then it went to the NIA. So each of these, the blasts in Maharashtra first went to the anti-terrorism squad, which was the one who arrested Asimanand, and then went to the NIA. So there were there was at times when the investigation agencies felt that these cases were much scattered but had a common thread. So they should be trialed in the same court. But that never happened. The trial went into multiple courts. It was during this time that I've studied, I've gathered all the material, all the investigations, multiple investigation reports, all the charge sheet filed in the court. So I was sitting on a bunch of documents every day reading up. So it took me 6 months to get the whole. I was a public prosecutor, so it wasn't very difficult for me to, scan through these narratives and statements and news stories and everything and understand. That is when Vinod said that you have to go meet the Swami Asiman, and I was able to get into the high security prison, do 4 long interviews with him. This is the only taped interview where he says that to do these blasts, he had permission and blessings of the RSS chief, Mohan Bhagwat, and he's the one who commanded him to do these attacks. Close to 120 people lost their life, and till date, that audio tape on which he has named the most powerful person after Modi and Amit Shah in this country is lying in the caravan office, because the NIA wrote to me saying that we want to collect the tape. I said, we have the tape here at the caravan office, you can come and collect it. But they never turned up at the office. They never looked into the evidence that without any coercion that he has told someone that he received commands from the highest powerful so-called cultural organization of this country to run these attacks. So that's the story. That is also a story of trauma for me, because two years closely following the reporting and the backlash that the reporting offered to my life, I went into hiding because I was closely tracked. Even if I changed my phone numbers, I was issued threats. It took a lot of therapy to me to be able to even start speaking about what this reporting meant. It was to understand the story of Asimanand that I first went to Bengal. It was in Bengal that this guy was born into a Gandhian family, a father who played a major role in the freedom fight, sent him to the Ramakrishna Mission Ashram, where he was brought up with the finest principles of life, and later RSS literature, which was provided to him through the friends of his brother, changed his life and made him from a very open-minded Hindu into a very close-minded one. It is till this date, before I met Asimanand, I was a very devout Hindu. I was someone who fasted regularly, went to temples, took my faith very seriously. But this experience saw me how in this country a majoritarian religion can be weaponized to terrorize its minority and people that it claims is not its own. Sometimes the people that they try to claim as its own, like the Dalits, how the life is minimalized using this majoritarian religion. So in the course, I followed the trajectory of Swami Asimanand's work. That is when I met Cedric Prakash. That moment was quite an eye-opener for me. It is often said of the Jewish Holocaust that why it remains in memory of one of the biggest atrocity done towards humanity is because the Jews did a terrific job documenting it. They built narratives. They built a museum that today showcases the inhumanities that were showed upon him. It is record keeping at its best. And that is what I saw Cedric Prakash do. Some of the most inhuman activities, if it is not recorded, can go unnoticed. So to me, to know what Modi would unleash on India, that lesson I learned from Cedric Prakash, because I came back from Cedric Prakash office with this big spiral-bound notebooks that till today sit on the top of my study. Continuously I educate myself, because on the start, how he started turning Gujarat into that lab, that laboratory of hatred, Mr. Prakash had so well documented it. And to any journalist, like I was a nobody when I landed in front of him that day, but with the warmth with which he welcomed me, showed me, shared his notes with me, and educated me, opened up my eyes to the experience of it, what it means if you do not belong to a majoritarian Hindu religion in this country. My speech is not to the seniors here, my well-respected seniors here, but to the younger journalism students of what the lessons that you can take back, and when life gives you an opportunity, what is the kind of stories you will be able to see. When I came out of my first interview with Asimanand, with him naming the big names in politics, I had a tape recorder. I had to switch off my phone, hand over all my things, enter a high security prison, and wait for this man to say whether he'll talk to me or not, whether he'll out me or not. And that day when he opened his heart to me and narrated everything he has done to me, when I got out of that prison, I was just shivering. I cannot explain to you what my mental state was, because I was absolutely not prepared for what the story he told me was. Because when Mr. Jose challenged me with the task of telling the story, I told him, Swami Asimanand seems like a poor bechara Swami who's been caught up in all this mess. How can he be this? Like, I'm pretty sure he's a mole. There is somebody, big people who has played, and he's nothing. At that point, I haven't gone to Dang or met our respected priest here. So I was determined when I took that story to prove that he'd be innocent. And Dr. Jose then told me, you are free. This newsroom is free to publish whatever you can find in your reporting. You are free to go and understand what the story is. And thus, more than understanding how BJP and its most violent Hindutva works in this country, I realized how my own religion could be politicized and weaponized in this country to terrorize everyone. It is at the end of it, I understood that some of the notions that we grow up, how wrong it could be. You can grow up and you are free to choose your own partner sometimes. That is still seen, though, many people, many parents still look down upon their children having the freedom to choose their own partners against their parents' will. But society somehow thinks that is okay. But the moment you exert a freedom to choose your own religion, it becomes a big sin. How is it that you grow up in a religion and can think of going out of that religion and choosing something else? So conversion became this hot topic that somehow an adult human being is not allowed to decide which God they want to pray to. How is that anybody's right to say whether what he thinks or what he wants to choose is right or not? That is his personal belief. That is what this country guarantees. That is what this constitution frame is guaranteed to every citizen in this country. But suddenly, conversion became such a hotly debated topic in India, and Gujarat was one of the first places that had an anti-conversion law. So this whole experience of going and learning, Caravan allowed me to travel to Dang, which is somewhere interior in Gujarat, the place where Swami Asimanand built Shabri Dham and had a big Kumbh, the big Kumbh Melas as you know it. But this was a Kumbh Mela that was in a place that was Swami Asimanand's idea. So it was in Dang. If you want to know about Dang, this is the most impoverished place in Gujarat. Like when I landed in Dang, there is a barren land. As far as eyes can see, there is barren land. But the road that takes you to Dang is better than a national highway. It's a 4-lane road with no potholes. Is the smoothest drive that you can take to the most impoverished place in India. And huts, and the huts are demarcated, that all the Christian believers' huts have a cross on it. So it's easier to identify what religion or what God you're praying to. And in all those places, when I visited, it was in the peak of summer, I believe, there was no men anywhere to be seen. There was only women and children. And, some older ladies. So I asked them where all the men were, but the men had all traveled to places where there were jobs, because in the summer there is nothing to be done in that place. And as such, farming is a very difficult thing there, but in the difficult seasons, it is even more difficult to find work in that place. So all the men migrate, and it's only women and children occupy this. And it is this place that he overnight turned into this big gala event that welcomed all the fanatics across India. And Modi ji landed on a helicopter, built thousands of air-conditioned tents in that desert land where nothing would grow. And it is in that Shabri Dham, that festival, that they plan to bomb blast multiple places in India. Think of it, how something that has been shown outwardly as a big religious gathering of some of the biggest Hindu monks becomes the place where the biggest terrorist attack of India is planned. And not a drop of shame or guilt hangs on those people, as one of those people who were in that plan today sits in a highest legislative assembly and lives with all the privileges that it gives. So, as someone who reported on that incident, I was chased, my phones were tapped, I was always given threat calls. The number of times I changed my phone numbers to escape these threat calls, and I finally quit journalism and moved to America, thinking, okay, there is a better life in that country, and this country, for a middle-class woman like me who had no backing in politics, nothing in journalism, there was no lawyer in the family, there was no politician in the family, my parents were regular working-class people. At least, I'm not saying that from the downtrodden, of course, a majoritarian upper caste woman's privileges I have, but compared to that, think of the person who was supposed to stand here in front of me. In front of you, Mr. Ignatius told me that I'm a last-minute arrangement because somebody else had was not able to be here to speak to you today. She's one of the most well-respected colleague of mine. I'm not taking her name because I don't know whether she would appreciate me speaking about her in a public platform. She's one of the most firebrand known name journalist from Kerala. Again, a minority woman. So she's fighting a legal battle for a UAPA case that is in her name for more than 10 years and been living that trauma. So this year she's been awarded by one of the highest honors in international journalism, and she's supposed to have a passport to fly. But the passport application was brutally turned down to her because of this UAPA case that was mounted on her. And this UAPA case, why? She did the same story that I did, that when Samjhauta blast happened and these people were in jail, my reporting helped know people what the real story was. I interviewed the accused, I interviewed the perpetrators. She did the same. She, with a major bomb blast in another place, she had interviewed a few people and tried to prove that it was a false case. For that, she was charged with UAPA because she went to report and told the story how the case was false. So to fight her case, I'm part of the NWMI, the National Network for Women Journalists in India. We are a faceless organization. We don't go anywhere publicizing that, you know, we do these great things. But we are a few of us in the core committee. We are across the country. We have big numbers. But as you know, the action sometimes gets limited to the. At the core is us, 5 or 10 of us, who always run around and try to help people who have facing legal troubles, constant threats. In India, for a woman journalist to be threatened is a daily happening. It's not a big thing. Somewhere in the Maoist region, somewhere a Muslim woman reporting from Delhi on the riots. Every other day, somebody is being threatened and called the most abusive names because she had the courage to do her job in journalism. So some of us, when we knew that this colleague of mine had to make an international trip and needed her, so we got together and we went and saw the public prosecutor who's fighting the case. And when we told him that, you know, why is it taking more than 10 years for a stupid UAPA charge to be, you know, taken off? We went to the High Court, we went to the Supreme Court, from everywhere the case was turned down. He said to her, this is very easy, madam, for you to do. Turn your name into Sridevi and tomorrow your cases will vanish. And he laughed. I felt that was the most cruelest laughter. He must have joked it very nicely, but to have a Muslim or a Christian name and to be charged with something unspeakable for doing your job is a daily reality in this country. A Muslim woman last week couldn't find a house in Delhi because she was Muslim. She's a woman journalist, and we had to get together. We had to raise a big campaign to finally find her a house to stay at the place that she wanted to stay. This is the daily reality of the India we live in. And why is this possible? And why is this possible? It's because in the name of journalism, there is something else that is happening in the country. How many people read a place like Caravan who does hard-nosed journalism? We all love tweet, telegraph, but how many of us put money in a paper like that? Journalism is an industry. At the core of it lies a business where you need to pay a journalist a good enough, decent amount of salary for him to do, hit same place day after day after day. That is how you make a way through a hill. Like that, we send a journalist on a beat to go day after day after day after day to understand the source, understand the news, so that he can get the most apt news gathering. He can better his news gathering skills and get you the most apt news. But that takes money, and that money today is paid by the government ads, is paid by the business interests of the country, but is not paid by the public to whom that journalism should swear allegiance to. So when you give up the task of paying for the thing that matters the most to you, that should do the truth telling, that should be the eye-opener for you, tell you the stories that you want to know so that you are able to take the decisions that you should be taking for this country. When that core function of yours, you don't perform. Today there are digital platforms, there are all these niche organizations that are able to still speak truth to power. We know the story of Ravish's NDTV, how it had to close down. There is today running a movie made on Ravish while we watched. I happened to watch 10 minutes of that movie, and I couldn't, I had to take therapy, so I had to discontinue that, because the fear and the threat to which newsrooms like that has to live, which is our daily reality, is not something that, why I came back to US, to India to do this is because that's a story that when I grew up on listening to the life of freedom fighters, you know, in a small town like Kannur interior Kannur that I grew up in. There is not many recreation possibilities. So I had a small library that I used to frequent to. I used to take this library and I always used to wonder, what is the life that freedom fighters, two of the people that I was amazed with is Jesus' life story, because I grew up in a convent. There is Mahatma Gandhi's life story. And I would think, what is it that for ideals that are bigger than you, that you can give up your life and that you can sacrifice yourself? How is that possible for men to do that? Because in our daily life, in which we are taught to grow into, to have a well-structured life and earning income, what is it that helps people to overcome and think of achieving something outside that? So when I walked out of that high security prison with this tape recording in my hand, my phone was switched off and all that, my editor sitting back in Delhi didn't know if I could get this interview or not. I felt for a few moments, I didn't switch my phone on. I felt that if I could delete this tape, go back to my editor and say, I didn't get that interview, my life is secured. I might not become a big celebrity media person or something, which I could be with this. But I could also avoid living under the threat and fear of having published this news story. You might not have seen me in many public platforms because I don't speak in many public platforms. I avoid having to narrate the story as much as possible. It is just that I was, tempted to come here because of this dais and this special audience that I would be receiving. So at that point, I could have deleted and my life would have been safe and secure forever. But when I went reporting there were Hindus reporters, there were Indian Express reporters who were reporting that beat for a long time. And they told none of them has been able to get into the high security prison and get this interview with him. The Hindu reporter was my guide to how meet the lawyers and meet the accused and all that. He told me, Leena, it's a vain attempt. They won't let you in. You can go and sit outside the high security prison, but you won't be able to get in. But if God put me in charge, I'm a huge believer, I still am. God put me in charge of that moment and gave that recording into my hand, a novice in journalism and not to any other senior experienced reporters who could handle terror reporting, but trusted me with that piece of evidence. Then he must have done this with a purpose. It is with that message that I switched on my phone and told my editor, I have the story that you wanted, that I have the interview. I went back to the newsroom telling him, I'm scared now. He said, nothing doing. We have to know that it's a cooked up story that you have with you, that he has fed you. So you go back to the prison again. Here, make him say all this all over again. So I went back 4 times, digging more details, making him repeat the story all over again. Till the 4th time, he said, okay, you have enough evidence to say that this is not a cooked up, and you have done enough ground reporting to substantiate. Now just click a picture of this man and put it on the cover and you'll have your story. And that's my first big story. And that story for 5 days continuously played on national news, limelight. First they said that this is not true. Nobody has gone into the prison and met them. Then when we produced the tape recording, they said it's somebody else's voice. When we presented the prison registers to show me who have entered, then they just washed the hands of that one man and guarded the rest of them. So he still lives in ignominy, but he's a free man today in India because the courts have let him out and the government has not gone in appeal against him to get him back to the prison. So somebody who has planned terrorist attacks in this country and has openly said everyone that have planned terrorist attacks in this country is out free because he belongs to a Hindu majoritarian religion of this country and calls himself a monk. And that's the reality we live in today. Everything, as Mr. Rajgopal so well illustrated, was a performance. Whatever you see, your politics, everything is a performance. There is only one way for you to get to truth, and that is to trust in some of the journalists who are doing the job. And for them to be able to do their job again and again and again, you have to give those publishers the money. If you believe in a place that is doing true, honest journalism, put your money in that. Please don't wait for it to die down and say that, we have no more places to go to know the truth in this country. You do not bring that day upon yourself. Do yourself a favor and fund public-spirited places that do courageous public-spirited journalism. Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Lena, for that very moving and very powerful, in fact, your very personal testimony of what you have gone through, the way you have been able to tell the world the truth, and how you yourself have suffered, gone into hiding, gone abroad, and so on. I think it is very important, a great lesson for all of us, especially for the young women and men gathered here. I'll call upon the MC now to guide us further about a break, and then we will go to Dr. Sebastian Paul after the break.
Check, check. Reverend Fathers, Reverend Sisters, delegates and friends, we now have a quick break. Tea is served right below. So you may kindly proceed and you may be back at the earliest.
Give a time, after 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
20 minutes from now, we shall reassemble back in this hall. Thank you.
That's fine. At 11:15.
has gone to his room. I saw him downstairs.
Welcome back, and a big thank you to all of you who have come back on time. I request all of you who are standing to quickly settle down as we're going to begin and continue the heated discussions that we've been having this morning. I request all of you to kindly take a seat. Well, the others can join in. We move on. Over to you, Father Cedric.
Good. Thank you, Neil. And welcome back to the second part of this morning's convention. We have had two very engaging, very insightful, very relevant sharings. First by Mr. Rajgopal, then by Mrs. Leena Raghunath, which I'm sure would have stirred, as somebody told me during the break, I couldn't help having tears in my eyes when I was listening to them both. You know, there were a lot of emotions that welled up. There were lots of thoughts that came into maybe our minds. And perhaps there's a lot of way forward for each one of us, especially for the budding media professionals here. We have the third speaker of this panel, and he is none other than Dr. Sebastian Paul, a former member of parliament. He has represented his constituency, his people, at the highest levels of power. And now he's going to speak to us about truth for power. He is a media professional who has worked with the Indian Express and other dailies. He is a prolific author. He has written more than 10 books spanning biographies, law, and travelogues. His magnum opus is Forbidden Zones, Law, Ethics, and the Media. Can the media keep silent? Do we have the courage to speak truth to power? If Mr. Rajgopal tells us, power is with the people, do we have the courage to speak truth to the people? And without further ado, I invite Dr. Sebastian Paul to enlighten us with his words of wisdom. Welcome, Dr. Sebastian Paul. Let's give him a big hand.
My dear friends and students, for the last 23 years, I am known in Kerala as a media critic and a media teacher. One of my favorite themes, a dismal theme, a frightening theme, is the demise of the editor. In my younger days, I used to turn to the page 1 of Indian Express only after going through the print line, the last page, to see whether Frank Moraes is still there as the editor. But now nobody knows who is the editor of the newspaper we are reading. I can even challenge you to name the editor of the newspaper you have read this morning. Who is the editor of Malayalam Manorama? Who is the editor of Madhurabhumi? Who is the editor of Indian Express? Who is the editor of The Hindu? Who is the editor of the Times of India? These are the newspapers we are reading here in Kerala. But we all know the name of an editor editing a newspaper in a faraway state. a newspaper which we are not seeing it, not regularly, but even once. I have not saw that newspaper. I have not read that newspaper. The name of the newspaper is The Telegraph, and the editor is none other than our honorable guest, Sri R. Rajagopal. So I am immensely happy to be here to share the days with an editor who is practicing the journalism of courage. And that is the theme. Today's theme is also journalism of courage. The courage to speak the truth to the authority, to the power. Whenever speaking on media freedom, our mind will go to the days of the emergency. Emergency was not only a tiring or testing period for newspapers, but also for the judiciary also. At that time, there was one judge in the Supreme Court who is about to become the Chief Justice of India. And he was part of the 5-judge Constitution bench to hear the habeas corpus case. And all the 4 judges approved emergency, approved the detentions during that period, and even shamefully said it was a day of ignominy, as we saw earlier. They said that the right to life is only a gift given by the state or given by the government to a citizen. In that dark scenario, one judge differed, one judge dissented, and his name was H.R. Khanna. Naturally, H.R. Khanna was superseded. Someone else was made Chief Justice of India. H.R. Khanna's dissenting judgment was not even published in newspapers at that time because there was censorship at that time. But in a faraway country in the United States, the New York Times wrote an editorial acclaiming the position taken by Justice Khanna. And in that editorial, New York Times said, one day, when the people of India become free, they will erect a statue of Justice H.R. Khanna as a symbol of the preservation of their freedom. Whenever I think of Mr. Rajagopal, I share that sentiment. One day, the freedom-loving people of India will erect a statue to salute this great and courageous editor. Our topic of the day is speaking to the authority, speaking to the ruler or the power. That is the duty of the media, the newspapers. But we have a doubt whether the ruler or the ruled, whether the Prime Minister or the citizens, who need this? Because the authority, the power, whether it is Prime Minister or a President or anyone else, they know the truth. They know the truth more than anyone else, more than a journalist or more than a citizen. But they pretend to remain ignorant, to suppress the truth. They will not reveal it to the public. That is the only case. We have in the Old Testament, we are all familiar with the story of the prophet Nathan. Prophet Nathan was admonishing the king, King David, for a heinous crime committed by the king. And according to the Bible, the prophet was crossing his finger towards the king and accusing him, an accusatory finger. But even in that case, There is no need for the prophet to enlighten the king, because the king, who himself was the culprit, murderer, who he knows everything, even more than the prophet. But in a democracy, there is no king, there is no sovereign. Sovereign is the people. The real sovereign is the people. Real sovereignty belongs to the people. So it is the right of the people as sovereign in a democracy to know what is happening in the country, what is happening around him. That is what is the real meaning or the philosophical meaning behind Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution. Freedom of speech and expression. This the right belongs, that right belongs to the people, because that article says every citizen, that word is important, every citizen shall have the right to free speech and expression. That right includes the right to know. That is why the right to know has become a very important right, constitutional right. To tell the truth to the people, that is the mission of journalism today. So whenever we speak of journalism of courage, so many newspapers claim that privilege, that title. So when we speak about the journalism of courage, that means the courage of the journalist to tell the people the truth, the whole truth, the entire truth. It is somewhat like a social contract. We all know the social contract theory propounded in the political, when we study political science. Likewise, there is an unwritten or non-existing social contract between the readers and the editor or the journalist. The people assures the journalist or the newspaperman, the media, that their existence will be protected by us. And in turn, the media is guaranteeing that the truth will be revealed to the public. So it is some sort of a non-existent social contract. Whenever a need arises, people have discharged their duty. The most glaring example is emergency. When press freedom was completely throttled or destroyed at that time, it was the people who rose against it and restored the freedom to the press. No single editor or journalist were in the street fighting for their restoration of their freedom. It was the fight given by the people, though in a different way, through the ballot. But what is the media is doing to the people in return? Are they giving the truth? Are they giving the true facts to the people? So there is some sort of a breach of agreement. If an imaginary social contract can be seen between the readers and the media, there is a breach of contract on the part of the media, that they are not informing the people in a true fashion. That is the difficulty, or that is the main plank of the criticism we are leveling against the media. There are many restraints for that. The first restraint or first difficulty is that we don't know what is truth. We are all familiar with that question, what is truth? It was the question asked by Pilate, the judge, to Jesus. And the Bible itself says he did not wait for an answer. Had he waited for an answer, he would not have got it even after 2,000 years. Now, everyone speaks about post-truth. Post-truth means after the truth. that means or that implies that truth has some time. The period of truth was there, and it was our failure to recognize it. Now that phase is over, and now post-truth. Post-truth is the era of lies. Post-truth is the era of falsehood. So apart from that technical difficulty of determining what is true, or answer the question, what is truth, there are other constraints also. Other constraints means the pressure from the corporates. Because the present day media is almost governed by the corporates. The corporate restraint is there. The governmental restraint is there. And the pangs of existence faced by each and every media organization is also there. So a journalist, a modern day journalist is fighting or functioning in the face of these constraints. These constraints are, in fact, insurmountable also, not an easy thing to overcome it. And in this context, we have to approach this subject. What is the present day condition in India? What is the reason for us appreciating the efforts made, the courageous efforts made by editors like Rajagopal? Because we can describe the present day condition or atmosphere in India in one word, and that simple word is fear. Everybody is feared. We have great fear, not only in India, even in other countries also. Fear was the word or the title given by Bob Woodward when he wrote a book on Trump years in White House. So if there is this fear, here also we can term the conditions, especially after 2014, with the word fear. So fear makes us to act in a cowardly manner or to shut our eyes on realities, glaring realities. And it is most harmful, dangerous thing as far as democracy is concerned. We are moving far away from open society. In this context, I again quote from the Bible scripture. When Saint Paul was traveling, in that night of shipwreck, an angel appeared to him. And the angel says, "Do not afraid, Paul. You must stand before Caesar." Very apt advice, very apt meaning, full of meaning. Do not afraid, Paul. You must stand before Caesar. Caesar means authority. Caesar means power. Caesar means emperor. So Paul, in fact, is a fugitive. He is going to be a prisoner. But the angelic message he received in that night was, do not afraid. You must stand before Caesar. So that is what we are expecting from our journalists, our editors. We the people, are asking them and advising them, do not afraid. You must stand before Caesar, our authority, our government. But why they are capable of it? They are evidently incapable of standing before our Caesar. So that is the reality here. So that is affecting the quality of our democracy. Because in the global index of quality of democracy, India is arrayed, India stands at position 161 in a total number of 180. Why? Our Prime Minister says that India is the mother of democracy. Till now, we all heard about Athens as the cradle of democracy. So cradle is there, And Modi says mother is here. India is the number one democracy in terms of number, largest democracy. We are conducting elections, periodical elections. Everything is here. A judiciary is functioning almost satisfactorily. We have a constitution and we have a proclaimed republic. But despite all these things, the global index prepared by a competent and reliable authority or agency places India at rank number 161 in a total number of 180. Sliding. Every year it is sliding downwards. What is the reason? The primary reason is the absence of freedom of expression in this country, not the conduct of elections. Everything will be there. But our quality of our democracy is tested by the quality of freedom of expression available to a citizen here. In Athens, there is a place called Agora. Agora means the ancient Athens. All the remnants are there like a museum, including the prison in which Socrates was housed. Only a few pieces of bricks and mortar, nothing else, but even then it is preserved there. So at the entrance to the Agora, there is a board display which says that the concept of freedom of expression was born here 2,500 years ago, which formed the basis of Western civilization. So that is the importance given by Athens to the concept of freedom of expression. And it was along with freedom of expression that democracy was born in Athens. And in that democracy, Socrates was condemned to death. And Will Durant says Socrates was the first martyr of philosophy. So all those things are there. It may seem a paradox, but it will happen. But what is the position in India now? In our democracy also, like the Athenian democracy made Socrates a martyr of freedom of speech and expression. In our democracy also, there are so many martyrs. There are so many people suffering on account of this, for discharging their fundamental duty of telling the truth. Telling the truth, whether it is to anybody, telling the truth to the government or to the people. It has become a crime and offense. That is why even when our Constitution, Article 19(1)(a), guarantees the right to freedom of speech and expression, there were so many other articles and legal provisions which prohibits the exercise of that freedom. The very famous one is Section 124(a) of the Penal Code, sedition. By words and letters and signs, if you try to criticize the government, legitimate government, all those things are there. That legitimate criticism is the backbone of democracy. Otherwise, how can a democratic society function? But the use of words and letters and signs, it will amount to sedition. That is Section 124(a). Now in the new penal code being introduced by the Home Minister, Section 124(a) is taken away. Instead, Section 150 is incorporated in the new penal code with more stringent provisions. So sedition, defamation, the new penal code also, the criminal nature of defamation is retained.
legislative privileges, all those things are there. If you open your mouth and utter a few words with courage and conviction, you are bound to get a prosecution on many accounts. That is what is happening here. And in a democracy, without free exchange of ideas, plurality of ideas, how can a democracy thrive? In India, what is the position now? Telegraph is an exception. But what is the total picture available in the country? Ambani is our own Rupert Murdoch, Ambani. Ambani controls more than 70 media outlets. And these 70 outlets, through these 70 outlets, 800 million people are hearing or knowing what is happening around them. It is their reading material. So Ambani's 70 media outlets, they are followed by 800 or million people. And there are exceptions were there, like NDTV. And what had happened to NDTV? You are all familiar with the fate of NDTV. So it was in this atmosphere of fear that we are discussing this topic. Atmosphere of fear means it is the negation of democracy. In a democracy, a most fundamental right of the people is to live a fearless life. Right to life is a cherished right. But right to life, as the American Supreme Court and the Indian Supreme Court had said on many occasions, it is not a biological life. It is a life with dignity. Life with dignity means life without fear. So that is the most important thing. And in our country, everyone is coiled under fear. They are subjecting themselves to the will of the government or the ruler. We don't know what we are losing in this atmosphere. It was Milton who wrote a very powerful essay during his time when there was a licensing act passed by British Parliament, seeking an abolition or annulment of that act, which was a threat to freedom of press. Milton wrote a powerful essay titled Areopagitica, in which he says, "Give me the liberty to utter and to argue freely according to conscience above all other liberties." Very, very simple sentence. Give me the liberty to know, to utter, and to argue freely according to conscience above all other liberties. That is the most valuable right. Exercising that right, it is the people's right. In earlier times when we speak about freedom of the press, a natural question was, whose freedom is it? Then we used to say, it is the freedom of the owner. He is running the paper. It is his freedom. That is the freedom of the press. Later we changed that concept. We said it is the freedom of the editor. It is the freedom of the journalists. It is the freedom of the writers. But now, throughout the world, it is recognized as a right belonging to the people. Freedom of the press means the people's right to know. It is not the right of the government to know. It is not the right of the Prime Minister to know. Because he has several other means to know what is happening in his country. He may not reveal it. He may not talk about it. But he has his own mechanism, agencies to know what is happening. He knows Narendra Modi, what is happening or what happened in Gujarat. He knows better than anyone else what is happening in Manipur. He knows everything. But it is the people, us, it is our right to know what is happening. That knowledge is very important in a democracy. When there is an informed section of people, when the people are well informed, that is the strength of the democracy. And no authoritarianism will prevail or linger in such a free society. So that is why we turn upon our journalists, our media, with a prayer that, see, this is a right belongs to us. It is your duty to inform us correctly what is happening, the truth of the matter. So it is the journalists who have to investigate and find out the truth of the matter, and it is their duty to freely give it to us. For that, of course, they need some protection, they need some freedom. And we are ready, we the people are ready always to ensure that freedom and security and protection and facilities are all available to them. That is why we all, people and the media, we share this thing. That is our constitutional and democratic right to freedom of speech, our right to know. All these things are in danger in the present day India, whether an all-pervasive atmosphere of fear is controlling everything, is diminishing the sight. So in this context that we are assembled here to discuss on a very vital point, vital aspect of democracy. So many things we have difficulty to find or to give answer to such things. Only the other day, the India Alliance, they decided to boycott 14 news anchors because of their alleged bias or hostility towards the India Alliance partners. Or it may be correct or may be wrong. I am always against such organized boycott. But a situation has come where we cannot outrightly condemn the decision of the India Alliance to boycott these 14 news anchors. And the one who tops the list is, of course, Arnab Goswami. So such journalism is there. They thrive in liberty, in freedom. They don't need to fear anyone. But others like Rajagopal, they have to fear, they have to be careful. But we see journalism of courage, fearless journalism, at least in such media outlets. It is encouraging. It is encouraging, and we hope that their efforts to inform and enlighten and strengthen the Indian democracy by giving the right to know to the people to the full extent will be a good sign for our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sebastian Paul, for taking us into a journey from fear to fearlessness, for speaking about the Constitution, about Article 19, the freedom of speech, of expression, which is being so tremendously compromised, for speaking to us about the journalism of courage which we need so much in our country today. We have just listened. Dr. Sebastian Paul, please, will you come here? We have just listened to 3 excellent presentations, very insightful, very powerful, very meaningful, very emotional, and definitely all 3 of them are journalists or media professionals of courage. They epitomize, I sincerely think, the best of what journalism should be, the best of what we should be trying to follow in the country today. We now have an official responder to the 3 of them. I invite Father Dr. Biju Alapat, who is the Executive Secretary of the CBCI Catholic Bishops' Conference of India, the Office for Social Communications. He will speak for about 10 minutes, responding to some of the key issues these 3 speakers have made. And then we will have an open house in which hopefully we will have about half an hour, a little less, for interactions, questions, and comments from you. Welcome, Father Dr. Biju Alapat. You're both father and doctor.
Respected speakers of the day, the bishop, and my friends, I'm so glad to be here because when our respected President Ignatius Gonzalez and Secretary Father Suresh told me about this particular topic, journalism under duress, I thought that some of our speakers will tell us or train us how to defend or how to be adjust with the current situation. I was thinking in that way. But when I came here, Mr. Rajagopal and Ms. Leena Raghunath and Advocate Dr. Sebastian Paul, they tell that we are not compromising anything. We are not fear about the situation. We are defenders. In a way, we are survivors. With their life experience and their professionalism in the field of communication. So it was so enlightening us in the first way that the very presence tells about we should not fear about it. And that the speaker, Dr. Advocate Sebastian Paul, he was actually told that we should not fear anything, to be courageous. So I just make it in order. So since I have 10 minutes time, okay, so I will take six more minutes. Mr. Rajagopal sir, he was so dare enough to tell that, I just quote, I have no regret what I have written in my newspaper, Telegraph. That was his statement. That means he stood with the fact and he's ready to face to any extent. That's a courage. And he doesn't fear anyone, anything. That's a courage. We have seen through the example, especially when he was explaining about the headlines. And also with regard to the shift from national common soul to a national patriotism. So that was a shift while he was explaining about the headlines of man on the moon and the other examples. So he told about engage with the society. So that's the only remedy that we can be more strong and fearless. So that's the remedy that he told to us. And when we have Miss Leena Rikunath, she was totally speaking about the press freedom, and she was telling about the conversion law, why that conversion law exists in a country where we have secularism and we have freedom, and she was just telling about it. And it was more or less, I think it's a courage stand that she took to defend her faith and truth. So that was her approach. And she made an advice to us. So we are certain journalists here, and you can invest money to those journalists who are working for freedom and truth. Actually, it was a question for me. So how can we be informed? So there is an answer through her interaction that, because media is a business, nobody can avoid it. So it's a business. Media is a professional business. And when we come to Advocate Dr. Sebastian Paul, so he defined in a way journalism of courage instead of juris, in the context of juris. So he was explaining about the social contract theory. So in a way, so there's a give and take. And he was slightly speaking about the breach of contract now. What is that? Because people are protecting media persons, but are we giving in return the truth? So that we have to, I think that is an apprehension for me. So we have to discuss about, is there any breach of contract in a way? So he was telling about that. And the fearless media persons. And so finally he was speaking about the gradual development. So earlier it was the press freedom, or the concept of freedom was always on with the owner. Then it took by the journalists and editors. And finally, it is with the people. So if we are giving support, if the people are supporting us, we can tell the truth to anyone. And there won't be any harm that government can do to those persons who stands for this truth. So our three speakers, they were speaking about their courageous experience throughout their life as a journalist. So they are proud of being good journalists. And this is an example for us to continue. And even there is a threat or stress or duress in the context of journalism, so we can just follow it. At the same time, so I just make an observation, because American Press made a survey what the challenges of today regarding journalism. So we have a open forum here. I just begin the questions in a way. So I hope that we can get some of the issues they were telling about. The flood of opinion and false information on the internet was a big challenge. I don't know, how this is, according to them, this is the first challenge that the journalism is facing today. And second one, the economic model for news is broken. That's the second thing. And third one, they have, especially here, we have youngsters, so many youngsters, journalists, and also youngsters are here. I mean, it's a media. Its media owners have focused too much on profits. Are we right? And recently, our third speaker, Dr. Sebastian Paul, was speaking about the current situation in India. So I'm not again telling the same thing. So this media owners have focused too much on profits. Is it a fate or a fact? And another challenge that is the public doesn't care about quality journalism. Is it true? It's a question from my own part. Whether the audience, they don't want the professional quality journalism. Sometimes, journalists used to tell that who needs the truth? They need some entertainment. They need so that we are safe. I'm also, as a media student, as a media faculty, tell to myself also, I'm asking the same question to myself. This question is whether public doesn't care about the quality journalism. And finally, they will tell that media owners today don't believe quality will sell. It's a typical marketing. Whether our professional media, professional fact, or journalism, media content that we cannot sell or not. Or people are just light-minded and always seek amusement and entertainment. So this is the certain observations that finally I made certain questions in a way to trigger our own position and clarify certain doubts. These are also my own doubts. I just made a base from the part of a survey which has been conducted in America. So I really appreciate our three speakers of the day, and actually they were. So after hearing their conversation and their inspiring words, we got inspired. Because even though there is a duress, there is a threat, we are dare enough to follow. So that is the truth. So we stand for truth, and I really appreciate once again our speakers and all the journalists who stand for truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Biju, for your sharing, your responding to. We come to, everything has been important so far, including the break, but maybe a critical moment of this convention, interactions. So if you have any questions, please don't give speeches, because we have already heard plenty, directed to any of the three panelists or to all three of them. Please feel free to stand up and ask them directly, challenge them, critique them, and tell them that they are wrong. But with a question, who would like to set the ball rolling? Any of our young ones? Yes, Father Matthew K. from Satyadeepam. Somebody will give him the mic, please.
As we all know, in India, there is only one journal, that is Telegraph, and we are all proud of you that. My fear is that if those people who are in authority, if they just ignore you, what is the future of truth? If they confront you, you can go on speaking out truth. If they start just ignoring you, what's the future? As an editor, I feel that work. I don't know whether it is a question or not. That's my feeling.
Respond first. Can we have this two mics, or maybe, Father, if you can give me that mic? Yeah.
Yeah, if I wish they will ignore us, because that is in a free society where democracy thrives. The powers, if they ignore the media, that will where the media will thrive. Unfortunately, and that is why I'm saying this particular regime they cannot ignore. I don't know why. I wish you advise. There is somebody like you to advise them. If they had ignored, most of the half of the problems would not have been there. But there is some irresistible urge in them not to ignore that. Otherwise, why would they go after a television channel like NDTV? NDTV was doing a professional job of it. It was not overtly critical of the government. It was doing fair journalism. If NDTV had remained, the NDTV would have been much more credible than the NDTV under Adani, a free NDTV. I cannot understand why this government went after them. I cannot understand why this government, several things they do, why they arrested Kapan. I wish they had ignored Kapan. I wish they had ignored Mohammed Subeh. I wish they had ignored several other journalists who have been jailed. But unfortunately, this government, there is something inside them that just doesn't allow them to. I don't know what it is. And in the third, and another important one correction I have to make, it is not the Telegraph. See, I have the protection of a non-BJP government, I work from Calcutta, where the BJP so far it's a powerful, very fast, very coming up fast. It is a very powerful second force there, but it's not yet in power. That's very, very important. It allows my colleagues and me to do a lot of things. But think about, in northern India, in the heartland, there are several Hindi YouTube channels, very young people doing courageous work. I don't want to name them here because the very fact that if I name them, they will be targeted again. It's just because, but there is a gentleman, Archdiocese, the kind of things journalism it does. Ravish Kumar, all of you know, but there are several, and in the last 2 or 3 years, they've come up like, I think at least 18 to 19 people are doing excellent work. So sometimes I don't know from where they came up suddenly. Is there a, but in election after election, there's no, UP, there's no change at all. It's BJP is actually doing better. But these people are also, suddenly these young people have come up, mostly, Ajit Tanjum is not young, but there are young people who have come up. They're doing seminal work in journalism. And I know some of them, and they told me, please don't talk about us, because just ignore us. Because then they can function. If the moment we make them, put them on a pedestal, they start writing about them, there will be, what happens. There will be a crackdown, and then nobody, they don't have much resources to, if you file, I'll give an example. The one, it's out of question, but I have to say this, what is happening in the country. See, earlier, if you write wrong information, if you publish wrong information, the publisher and the editor used to be held responsible. That is the first. Then once it reaches the court, if the court thinks that no, the reporter also has to be made a party, the court will ask, even if there is a byline, and those days, earlier days, byline used to be very rare. You usually, these are special correspondent or principal correspondent. The reporter, only if the editor or the publisher gives a certified affidavit saying that it is this person who filed the copy and that is what is published, he will be made a party. Now it is the other way around. Poor reporters people are filing direct cases against reporters or against editors, and the companies are being spared. Like, I know of a very big corporate group who struck a deal with the management. The management sacked the editor, then the corporate group withdrew the case, and the editor, he's in his 60s, late 60s, I think. He lives in Delhi, and the case, obviously, all these companies now file cases only in Gujarat. So one trip cost him, and he's an aged man. He can't go alone. Either his son or wife will have to accompany him. And you have to go the day before, because the courts always call you. They will say that they never give you a specific time. They'll ask you to come at 10 o'clock. Then you go and sit there. 3 o'clock you're called. By then the last flight or train is gone. That means at least 2 days you have to stay in a hotel. You have to pay even if there are several activists and lawyers willing to appear for you free, clerical paperwork, people are willing for it. But this, the very logistics can, one hearing can cost up to 30,000 rupees. Which Indian, honest Indian can afford this kind of legal fees? If you don't have an institutional support, it will destroy you completely. Your family will be destroyed. It's like cancer. Cancer doesn't just kill the patient, it kills families. Entire families are destroyed. Exactly the same thing is happening. So I wish the regime ignore the media, then the media, I have no complaint at all. Let them complete, let them ignore us to irrelevance. I have no issues at all, no problem at all. At least that will allow people like me to work. See, I've been in the profession for 33 years, and I'm sure other than my immediate family, nobody in Kerala even knew about me. That shows the greatness of the country, because a journalist should not make news. Journalists should cover news. And till 2016, nobody knew, but I was around. I was doing, every year I'm coming to Kerala. I'm working the same newspaper. Telegraph, this is my 27th year there. But nobody knew about me, which shows that my utter insignificance, that was the greatness of the Indian democracy and Indian press media, because a journalist. But now why am I being known? Because in Malayalam we have saying, the Mukilla Rajatha Murimukan Raja. When the rest of, lot of people are not doing, even an imperfect Mukilla, a person with half nose, in a country where the people doesn't have any noses, a person with half nose suddenly become important. So if a journalist, one journalist or one institution or one group of institutions, they become important, that shows there is a problem with our democracy, there's a problem with our media. It is not that something that I enjoy being in the limelight. So I wish my question to your answer again, I wish they ignore us.
Lida, want to say something on this?
Yeah, I'll add a bit to it. It is, as Rajgopal puts it, ignorance is a blessing from the people in power. Let them ignore, which is the point that they can't ignore the news story, is when they know the public anger has turned against them. That is what they fear. That is the moment they start reacting to the news story. And so ignorance from the public is what we fear. Danya Rajendran, who runs the News Minute, one of the premier digital platform, which is young and does investigations. She says, I do the most important investigation of electoral fraud, how data is sold to other agencies that they have entered into the electoral records. I do that investigation. But, then we give a news about Nayanthara going somewhere, and everyone goes and click that news and doesn't read the news that I have put my 3-4 reporters and editors onto job and tracked for months on it and done and broken. So this is what we should fear. Let the people in power ignore you, because here we can see then that when they give you the attention, they give you the attention to punish you. Like the examples that Mr. Rajagopal has given you, like the Bhima Koregaon incident, we know BK16, some of the people who have been poets, writers, human rights defenders, were BK16, 16 of them, who has given a lifetime in service of the country, were put in the prison without a hearing. Why? To make an example for the rest of us, that don't you dare cross this line, don't you dare do this service. So this is all Kapan and everyone else is examples for us that what the punishment can come if we cross the line. So this is the atmosphere that we live. So that's not the kind of attention that any of us want on us. Let them ignore us, but when the public ignore the most important stories and investigations that we do, when you don't care what your data and what your information and what is done with your rights, that is the most fearful day for journalism. Yeah, that's the point I want to add.
Good, thank you very much. Next question. Yes, Dr. Olaf Albuquerque.
Good afternoon. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has attacked the basic structure of the Constitution along with Kiran Rijiju. He said that the judiciary is overstepping its Lakshman Rekha and they have no business developing the basic structure of the Constitution. Also, Prime Minister Modi never held a single press conference. He doesn't like questions. And Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has said that in the Constitution which was circulated among them, the word secularism and socialism has been dropped from the Constitution. My question is India, or Bharat, whatever they call it, on the way to being declared a Hindu theocratic state? And if so, what is the future of the media? What is the future of investigative journalism in such a Hindu theocratic state? That's it.
Okay, can we have the lawyer respond to this question?
India, in fact, has already become a Hindu republic. Only the naming part remains. Because we see what is happening in Parliament. The Changol was placed there. Hindu sannyasins were there with the Hindu bhajans and all those things were there. So everything is there. So that is why they say now certain minor obstructions. One is the basic structure theory propounded by the Supreme Court. So they will remove all those things. We don't know how long this constitution itself will remain. They will change the preamble. Even without changing the preamble, they have deleted those two words. The additions given to the MPs as a gift on their entry to the new building. In their copy, the preamble, they say, they will explain that preamble, we are going to the original preamble. But we know what is their intention. So that is why things are happening here. Now, what is the intention, real meaning behind the demand for one country, one election? They are discarding parliamentary democracy and they are going to the presidential form of government where the executive authority is not dependent on the confidence of the legislature, like the American one. So there is a far-reaching intention, plan, design behind everything proposed by the present regime. So they will continue with it, and 2025 is their targeted year, the centenary year of the RSS, and that is the propitious year they have fixed for declaring this country as a Hindu republic, unless something happens in 2024.
And something will happen. You want to make a comment?
No, largely, I completely agree with what Dr. Paul said.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with it. You know, that there is a continuous effort to undermine the Constitution, to call it a document that, there is books now written, there is a thought process now being saying that, Ambedkar had a very limited role, the people of India had it. This is all largely, work of foreign powers and foreign constitutions that has been borrowed. Now, in Israel, there is a popular movement that is, the Israel government has tried to curtail the power of the Supreme Court to tell the executive that, that you are not right in this decision. And the people are on the ground, they are on the streets protesting this move by the Israel government to limit the powers of the Supreme Court. It's a very important thing that we should look. Like how many Indians tomorrow will be on the roads protesting if the power of the Supreme Court is curtailed by this executive that is in power. And that day is not too far. That day is not too far. The only document that protects, the only document that is the most important, that is important than our religious books for an Indian citizen, is the Constitution of India, the one that gives you right, that puts you on an equal pedestal, each one of the citizens on an equal pedestal with the other, that doesn't look at a caste and class and gender and, differentiate you in between that. The day that they overthrow that, we are all finished. And that day is not too far. But when that happens, how many of us will be on the road protesting for our rights is a question. That Israel, it's amazing that the people are still out there protesting against such an imposed government. But in India, how many will do that? I have no idea.
Next question. Yes, Suresh.
In this post-truth era, when WhatsApp University takes the center stage, with all fake news,
Plenty.
Do you fear a decline in readership?
No, readership, I don't directly link it to fake news. But you see, fake news also, I think we are a highly overrated concept. you ask yourself, what is the last fake news you have believed? When you read it, you understand, you know it is fake. What is fake news is basically, we'll say, tell me some, I don't, the moment you saw it, everybody know it's fake. But some people want to believe it. You can't do anything about it. That is not problem with the news. That is not problem with the fake news. That is a fundamental problem with the people. Some people know it's false, but still they want to believe it because that is tailored to cater to their narratives. So you think of any fake news you have last heard. Either it will be completely irrelevant to us, it should not make any difference to the way we go about the life on a particular day or how we decide on voting or anything. Or it will be something so, but it's like one fake news or something goes about when that Variyankunna movie was being made. So much narratives in Kerala, but at the end of the day, how did this matter? If Variyankunnan actually killed Hindus at that time, does it mean that now we should all go out and kill all the Muslims or the Muslims will kill? It's complete irrelevant narratives. So what I'm trying to say, 90% of the fake news I have come across is completely irrelevant. It is just being posted that some people will swallow it knowing fully well that it's wrong. So you can't address this. The problem in about your other question about people, we are losing readership. That is a fact because there is fundamental problems in journalism also. Because what is happening is in the last 20 years so there is no investment in newspapers. Investment not just in, there are investment machines, but not in human beings. The best talent is no longer being attracted because salaries have come down in the last 10, 20 years. Yeah, it had boomed. I was very lucky when I joined the Proton. Salaries have just gone to the roof. But right now, the youngsters, we are not investing in. We are not investing in educating the journalists. Let's say a journalist in I joined the profession in 1991. Somebody who I actually have not learned anything after whatever little I have learned is through my own initiative or thing. There has not been, what I'm saying, let's say a report like Hindenburg comes out, Hindenburg report. I'm asking how many journalists in Indian rooms, how many journalists will understand what is published there? As an editor, I don't understand. I don't have full confidence to say that the report is fully correct. I don't know. And in the current situation, even in Kerala, some left leaders, I've heard them saying, you should not publish something until you're absolutely sure about the veracity of it. But it's not possible. Let's say, again, I'm coming back to Hindenburg. If Hindenburg report, if I can publish it only after I get absolute veracity, then I have to send one of my reporters to Wharton School of Business or IIM, which he'll not get admission. 3 years he'll study, he'll come back and verify. Even the best, so-called best minds in India, they took three months, they could not conclude. They asked another 3 months. So which means that do we not publish anything? So what I'm saying, the problem with journalism is not fake news. Problem with journalism is we have not invested in people and that is now showing. Only thing we have invested in the last 20 years in sports journalism and in so-called it's entertainment journalism that destroyed journalism, which, as she was saying, but it also has an access to it, that you scratch my back, I will scratch yours. You carry a 3-column pictures of me, I will give you a 3-column interview to next week. I will not give it to the other guy, you know. So that kind of, it's feeding off each other. So if you look at the last 20 years, the journalists who have made foreign travel, it's only foreign tours allowed is cricket coverage. Nothing else. Nobody else goes anywhere. We don't send anybody to Manipur. We don't send anybody. When tsunami happened, we did not send people to the interiors. But when the same year, when there was a World Cup thing in South Africa, 3 and 4 report, each paper sent 2 to 3, 4 reporters, and one person going to South Africa cost around 5 to 6 lakh. And they were investing that kind of money. So all those ills, we are paying a price for that. So if we are losing readership, it's our problem. I don't think we can blame fake news for that. It is because we have not invested in it. And when social media came, television became it's now when television was launched, the quality was very poor. But now technology is as it happens, you can see. And I'm talking especially with print media. Print media there has not been any serious thought to how to tackle these things. We are just reprinting, I am doing what I have done 40 years ago, or what newspapers have done. Actually, in 140 years, nothing has changed in journalism inside. So there is a problem. Which industry can survive if there's no change for hundreds of years? So the basic skilling has not happened. So that is what I'm saying. When journalism students, even journalism students, I don't find them very serious. They're all trying to get into journalism so that they get a foothold into PR jobs. So as soon as they want to join communications, in corporate communication, because it pays well. But then don't become a journalist in that case.
Any student wanting to ask a question, you're here, you have had a very enriching morning, have the courage to stand up and ask questions. Come, which of you budding young media professionals? Because many of us are old. We have gone beyond the bar. The future is yours, the country's. Ask. Are you so frightened? Are you all a victim audience? Yeah, someone is asking. Yes, go ahead. Give her the mic.
Thank you, sir. So my question, I'm still learning about...
All of us are learning.
So my question is that now we've been seeing a lot of controversies as to the freedom of speech that we speak about in our constitution, or whether it be India as a whole. Like, we talk about a thing that is very prominent in India, that is freedom of speech. But nowadays, that's not the case. It's not so prominent anymore. People are not able to speak up. Not even journalists. Like all of the panelists in their speech told about a lot of incidents that showcases this scenario. So how can this, like, famous journalist Ravish Kumar just recently resigned from his post. Along with that, Pranay Roy and Radhika Rai also resigned from their posts because they could not, there came a time when they could not speak up anymore. So those kind of journalists are starting to resign. So how is this inspiring journalists?
Okay.
The future ones.
Lina, would you like to respond to her?
Thank you for that question. As I had told you, when I was reporting, and in 2014, Ravish would call up and ask, "Kahan se milte hai aapko itna taakat?" And I was saying, "Ravish, you are asking this question." He's a very humble person, like talks to any journalist with the same kind of humility that you see on screen. Ravish will keep asking. 2 years later, when I met him, he was like, Caravan, at that point, all Caravan's editors and publishers had sedition cases on them. And he would ask, Lina, how? Where is this courage coming from? I told Ravish, at least our face people don't see. They only see our byline. They don't know who. You are out on the streets, they see you. But the business model is again one issue. You know, television journalism again is one that needs a lot of money, and it is in this business model that Adani and Ambani's were able to creep in and buy them off and get them out of their job. But also what happens is that NDTV was the only place where news anchors is actually news anchors. They were journalists. Rest, as Mr. Sebastian Paul said, the India Alliance boycotting a bunch of anchors, they are not in the business of journalism. How can you call them journalists? How is anything that they do in that primetime television be called journalism? That completely goes against what we have been taught in journalism school, what we as people practicing has been taught to do. And then we have to have the courage to tell. It's a very nuanced position. You know, they call every young journalism student, when they ask their model is all these anchors who come and interviews and throws around papers of evidences that God knows what it contains, and, you know, cross-question people, shout at the panelists and all that. Is that journalism? And that is the most watched. That is where all my, not my generation, at least the generation above me consume the news at. And that is just theatre. And how is these performers being called journalism? They are not. And what has been boycotted by the India Alliance are not journalism. It is not a move against media freedom. We are living not in a time as usual. Time is different. Indira Gandhi was stupid to call that period emergency. She could have just gone about the way Modi goes in silence and, created an impact that is bigger than an emergency. So when times are not as usual, you shouldn't look at the branded names. None of those anchors were in a newsroom. None that they practiced were news. None of those business models can be called journalism businesses. So, there is very little hope. As Mr. Rajgopal said, the kind of salaries that my institution is offering to young law graduates who also wants to write is a very pathetic salary. That is not the kind of salaries earlier that journalists got. But there is a certain idealism with which you come into journalism, and that idealism is not once you start your family, that idealism cannot help you. You need money to raise a family and to fund your kids' education and all that. And journalism is falling short of that because the business is falling short of to take care of the journalists. There is no more, there is some, celebrity editors alone can't run a newsroom. It is run by the journalists that they send on the ground. And like Mr. Rajgopal says, we don't have that money to send our reporters to the ground. And when News Minute is again, I'm taking an example of News Minute because it's a place that does brave news journalism, and they only cover South India. But when they saw that in Manipur there was no on-the-ground reporting happen, they put in a separate fundraiser. They said, we are ready to send 3 or 4 of our reporters on the ground, please contribute. And a lot of people luckily opened their pockets and contributed to that reporting. So public-funded journalism is the way that we can pay our journalists and editors to do the job they want to do fearlessly, and then defend them when they face trouble from the authorities. I hope that answers.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Leena. Father Binoy Pichalakattu was caught up with many other commitments this morning, so he couldn't come to be a respondent. He is one of the reputed journalists, also happens to be a brother Jesuit. I'm sorry for this one-sidedness. Binoy, can you come up and give us a couple of minutes of your insights on this topic? Use that mic.
Father Cedric, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, and I also would like to ask your pardon for being late on practical inconveniences, which I had already got permission from the honorable moderator. I've been listening to the edifying and inspirational talks. Well, I'm representing Pax Lumina, is an international bi-monthly published by the Jesuit Conference of South Asia, and I'm also the managing editor for Eduthu magazine, one of the literary, cultural, scientific magazine published by us. I've been just wondering, after listening to this challenging talks, are we on the right track? This is my question for the ICPA members, including myself. Are we on the right track? Our publications can be classified into 3. Number 1, enhancing the faithful, and we are feeding the faithful, at times overfeeding. And number 2, as a relay station for the Church's teachings, reaffirming the teachings. Finally, addressing the public, which are very rare. Probably this is an area, I believe, we need more deliberations. How to communicate or how to engage in conversation with the secular fabric. This is something very important which needs more deliberations and discussions. I believe the sessions in this National Convention will enable us to bring more insights into that, especially in the context of confronting a paradigmatic shift from offline to online. Do we take into account the intergenerationality, the so-called generation gaps, and how to engage with the social media, not withdrawal, especially in the context of hate speeches, lynching, all those things are there. And I strongly believe, what should ICPA do? Number 1, clarity in our vision and mission. Number 2, create counter or alternative narratives, enhancing the civil societies based on critical thinking. With these points, or actually many things actually we can talk about. And this is the area that we dwell upon with the Edith magazine and Pax Lumina. And based on my limited experience, even the topics which we choose, are they addressing the reality of India through the optic of the poor? So these are the concerns. And proposing these concerns, I conclude. I'm given just 2 minutes. I know this is time pressure is there and we are running short of time. Once again, thanks to the forum, thanks to the moderator, and thank you, eminent panelists, for your insights and inputs. Appreciation to the organizers too. Million thanks. Any quick question? Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, we have run out of time, and as moderator, I am supposed to make some concluding remarks. I'll make them very brief, addressed to, very particularly to our young and budding communicators, journalists here, come from very different colleges. Thank you for coming. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for enhancing the quality of this convention, because as I said earlier, the future is in your hands. We have 5 takeaways from these 3 eminent panelists, Mr. Rajgopal, Mrs. Leena Raghunath, and Dr. Sebastian Paul. And the 5 takeaways are, first, context. You cannot be a journalist if there is no context. And as Mr. Rajgopal told us, if there is no newspaper, you need a newspaper, you need a channel, but today you're on Instagram, all of you are on Instagram. I'm sure there's not a single one of you, you're on Facebook, and many of us oldies do not know how to deal with it. We are only forwarding, but that's not what you all are doing. So the context is important. You need competency. You all are studying journalism for a degree, and that's a valid reason. But can we be journalists with competence? As I tell a lot of the lawyers, and Mr. Advocate Sebastian Paul will know, that just by having an LLB does not make you a lawyer. You have to sit in court, listen to what's happening, argue, debate, dialogue, take up cases. As Leena was telling, reading about Asim Anand, the huge volumes of things, what the courts are saying. So that makes you a lawyer. So journalism is there, as Pope Francis tells us, especially bishops and priests, to smell of the sheep, to be in the midst of the people, to respond to their cries. Unfortunately, a lot of Christian journalists, a lot of Christian communication is taken away from the realities of the people. We are afraid, and fear is the key. And so that's why all of them, and including the title of this, is about courage. This is the 3rd C, and that is important. Develop a competency, have the courage to speak truth to power, but also truth to we the people. And this is what Dr. Sebastian Paul has been stressing upon when he spoke about constitutionality constantly. We need our youth with constitutionality. The Constitution is the only sacred book for a citizen of India, not the Bible, not the Quran, not the Bhagavad Gita. That is for respective religions. But for our citizenship, they have not taken away secular and socialism from the Constitution. Very cunningly, they gave a pre-constitutional amendment copy. And they are saying we gave that, which was there, which Ambedkar did. And we have fallen into the trap. Okay, and saying they've taken the words and so on. No, they have not taken away the words. That's wrong. So, but constitutionally, we have to demand that secular and socialism cannot be taken away in any way. Okay, and there are constitutional amendments. If you're taking away one constitutional amendment, saying that it's not valid, you have to take away all the constitutional amendments. And ultimately, we need commitment. These are the 5 C's: context, competency, courage, constitutionality, and commitment. This is the takeaways that these 3 eminent speakers have given us. We have had a famous Venezuelan journalist who has written very, very powerful books. His name is Moises. 9. You do a Google on him, and he has spoken about what we have been saying this morning. He has spoken about 3 P's: populism, polarization, and post-truth. And in his very powerful book, The Revenge of Power, he has shown very clearly how authoritarianism is creeping into India definitely, but into many other systems throughout the world. Read the book, read his essays. He's one of the most powerful and vocal journalists in the world today. Moses 9, and he speaks about populism, it's happening in India. Polarization is happening in India. Post-truth, as Dr. Sebastian Paul has referred to, also happening in India. We have had a very engaging, a very absorbing morning. We have been enlightened by Mr. Rajgopal, Mrs. Leena Raghunath, and Dr. Sebastian Paul. They have challenged us. They have told us that yes, journalism is under duress, but we have only one mission: the courage to speak justice and truth to power and to be the people of India. When do we begin? We need to begin now. Our time starts now. Thank you very much, dear panelists, and thank you very much for being such a splendid audience today. And we go to the next part of our program after this.
Thank you, Reverend Father Cedric. Reverend Fathers, sisters, delegates, and friends, I think we need to give them a bigger round of applause. Father Cedric, Prakash Este, the moderator, and the panelists, Mr. R. Rajagopal, Dr. Sebastian Paul, Ms. Leena Raghunath. Dear friends, now we move into the next part of the agenda, which is the presentation of the theme book. We have the release of the theme book, and for which I call upon Mr. Ranjit Leen, who is the joint editor and the joint secretary. May I also request the presence of Bishop Henry on stage.
Respected members on the dais, beloved ICPA delegates, Reverend sisters, journalists, and aspiring journalists. I will try to make it very short as possible as lunchtime is fast approaching. So the task allotted to me is to present in a nutshell what our Diamond Jubilee Year Handbook is all about. As you can see, our theme, Journalism Under Duress, Mission to Speak Truth to Power. That is also the theme of this year's handbook. So before I explain the contents of the handbook, I would just like to briefly mention what led to its inception. So I would call it an act of providence that the co-editorship of the content book fell on myself and my mentor, Mr. Ignatius, who is the president of the Indian Catholic Press Association. So after our executive committee meeting, which we had in Ahmedabad recently, we set the ball rolling because we said this is going to be our theme and we ought to have our theme book as early as possible before the Cochin event. So we were waiting for volunteers, but since it was getting delayed, we took it upon ourselves to put on the mantle of the editorship and bring out this book. And so on this occasion, I would like to doff my hat to Father Suresh Matthew for coordinating with all our beloved delegates and even people from the journalism fraternity to contribute articles on this particular theme, their experiences, their deliberations, and their insights into this theme. So basically, we have contents which are pragmatic in nature on how to deal with the present situation of journalism in India. The condition of journalism training, its lacunae, what we are missing, what needs to be addressed. Then what are the challenges? Then we have articles on the philosophical and the metaphysical aspect of what is truth, of what it means to experience journalism under duress. Then we also have what you call the ground reality. Many of them practicing journalists, they have written about the ground reality, which you all must be aware now, because we have the respected panelists giving you examples of Siddiq Kapin and others who are facing incarceration. Then the crony capitalists who have invaded what you call the media houses, media establishments, trying to intimidate people who stand up for truth, and so on. So, Father Suresh, you did a wonderful job of collecting and coordinating with all our beloved delegates and contributors, and meticulously collecting and sharing with both of us all the articles, so that we meet the tight deadline. And I would say it was a veritable race against time to edit and send all the articles, including the editorial and the write-ups on the 3 award winners. So on many a night, we had to burn the midnight oil to trim and make some few value additions and cross-check the facts and so on. So it was a humongous task, because I myself, I'm working for another organization. I have my own responsibilities. I had a news team, and Mr. Gonsalves also is a very well-known orator, author, and he has his own bigger responsibilities than myself. So we struggled a lot, and I was happy, we were happy that we were able to meet the deadline. On September 9th, all the 23 articles, including the editorial, was sent for printing. And of course, we had a couple of sessions after that to make a few corrections. And I would like to personally thank Father Sajid SSSP, who took care of the printing of this handbook, and also Father Francis SSSP, his colleague, who sat with me on a couple of sittings to do and carry out the corrections. So now, straight away coming to the contents, I will just give you a gist. It runs into 179 pages and contains 23 articles, including the editorial. And we also have 3 write-ups on the 3 award winners who are going to be bestowed with the 3 awards for Best Reportage on Dalit Issues, for Excellence in Journalism, and for Best Writing in Hindi. And among the contributors, we have 10 priests and the same number of lay people, and 1 archbishop, Archbishop Thomas Menamparambil. And then we have 2 nuns, and altogether 4 women contributors. So we begin with a flashback, because including myself, the members of the ICP, or the Indian Catholic Press Association, we have very limited knowledge of what this great organization is, who established it, what were the annals of this organization, what it went through, the ups and downs. So it is very fascinating to read Mr. Ignatius, the president's account of the 60 years of ICPA. And it was the far-sightedness of an American visionary and a missionary, a Jesuit father named John Barrett of the Patna province of the Society of Jesus. And he was responsible for establishing Indian Catholic Press Association. Initially, it was an association of just publishers and editors, and later the ambit was expanded to include Catholic, not only Catholic publishers and editors, but also Catholic journalists, even working in the secular media. And it's a wonderful read, and there is very little printed information on Father Barrett. So Mr. Gonsalves had to go the extra mile to speak with people associated with Father Barrett and glean whatever bits and pieces of information were available about the great personality he was, about his vision in the early 60s, at a time when India was just a developing country. And this ICPA was formed in 1963. And that was a time when the world was witnessing so many new discoveries, path-breaking discoveries in science and medicine. And all those are beautifully chronicled in the initial paragraphs of this beautiful article. And I would call it was an year of discoveries. And in terms of the socio-political atmosphere in the world, that was the same year when President John F. Kennedy of America was assassinated. It was the very same year when more than 200,000 people of various racial backgrounds, they congregated in Washington, D.C. Just to hear Martin Luther King speak and deliver his very famous I Have a Dream speech. So it was a very momentous year. That was the same year when ICPA was born. And from the Christian or the Catholic perspective, it was the year when in Vatican, bishops from around the world had gathered for the Second Vatican Council, which changed the course of the Catholic Church and made it come to terms with the modern world. So I would say ICPA is an offshoot of the Second Vatican Council and truly prophetic in nature. And when ICPA was born, there were only 3 church-run newspapers, and the 3 of them were in Kerala at that time, and there were 5 weeklies in English. The Examiner from Bombay, the New Leader from Chennai, the Herald from Kolkata, and the other 2 being the Rakno from Mangaluru in Konkani and Sanjeevan in Hindi, which was established by Father Barrett himself. So this great doyen of journalism, he also had the foresight to establish a journalism school which was pretty much unheard of in those days. So it was he who established the St. Francis de Sales School of Journalism in India's capital, Delhi. And one of our award winners and a veteran journalist, Mr. Joseph Gatia, he was one of the students of the first batch. And he also shared valuable insights about Father Barrett himself. And this article also includes all the milestones of this association and how it has gone through ups and downs in its travel. And so it is veritably a time travel, a journey back in time. And then comes the more serious articles, all based on our theme, journalism under duress. And I would say each article, it is a very powerful, I would say, bolt from above for practicing journalists, aspiring journalists to wake up, because it is a do or die situation. Our country is going through one of its darkest days in its modern history post-independence. There's no doubt about it. As far as journalism is concerned, it is no longer a safe job. We are all under duress. And if you want to have a spine and stand up for truth, you have to pay the price. And Father Cedric has written a beautiful, thought-provoking article, very hard-hitting article. And not only Father Cedric, all the other 23 authors, each article, it expounds the ground realities. What are Indian journalists facing today? I did not go into the details, like India slipping from 180 to 161 in the World Press Index, so much so for being touted as the world's biggest democracy. And then our contributors, they have pieced in with the examples of journalists who are persecuted, like Rana Ayub, Siddiq Kapan, and people like them. And they are paying the price for standing up to truth. Then there are articles which go much deeper into the other issues which are plaguing the journalism profession as such as crony capitalism making inroads, how corporates are eating up or swallowing media houses of repute. And so what happens? You have to crawl and bend and write what they please. Genuine journalism goes for a toss. Then in some articles, you find very prominent references to George Orwell's novel 1984. More than just being a novel or a work of literature, I would say it is a prophetic masterpiece, because one wonders whether George Orwell was foreseeing all what was going to take place or unfold in the 21st century, not just in India, but on the global scale. It indeed rings a bell for all of us journalists and even journalism students like you. Then we have an excellent article that honestly reveals the fear factor It was penned by Dr. Sebastian Paul, and how this fear factor has pervaded all media houses. And even journalists who have the convictions to stand up for the truth, they think twice. They think about their family, the repercussions. And the new Indian Penal Code, the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, and you might say there is no sedition mentioned. No, sedition has come under the veil of Section 150. Then the new Section 195, it penalizes the publishing of false or misleading information. It can be interpreted in more ways than one. Then to break the monotony, we have Mr. Rajagopal's piece on headlines, heads or tails, and how it resonates with our theme. It's a very interesting read. Then there is an article on the metaphysical aspect of communication, freedom of press, and it beautifully elucidates all these metaphysical principles of the philosophy behind it using biblical examples, because I believe Bible is one of the few religious texts where you can find very good examples of prophetic courage, of speaking truth to the powers that be it the Old Testament prophets who thundered before the kings and the rulers, like Prophet Nathan before King David, or come to the New Testament, you have Jesus Christ himself speaking the truth, confronting Caesar's own representative, Pontius Pilate, and he knew he was going to be crucified. Then St. Paul the Apostle in the Acts of the Apostles. There are so many incidents. So that's another piece, from the metaphysical aspect. Then, of course, you have the pragmatic approach. What has to be done? How do we remedy the situation? So there are solutions, or there are practical solutions on how to revamp or add to journalism training, how to make it more challenging and befitting the signs of the times. And to sum it up, I would say this book is indeed a wake-up call and a bitter pill to swallow, because it speaks the bitter truths. If we don't rise up to the occasion, we can't call ourselves true journalists. We just end up becoming glorified PR strategists or communication specialists. It is a wake-up call. It's a do-or-die situation, because we are going through very ominous times. So thank you, everyone. Happy reading.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjit Lee. Now we have the theme book release. Mr. R. Rajagopal will be presenting.
Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you. Before we move into the vote of thanks, we have a moment where we would like to honor this year's authors, those achievers. And for this, I request Bishop His Excellency Dr. Henry D'Souza to.
Okay, I'll just invite all the authors, because all of us are writers and we are a print-specific organization. So some of us are prolific in writing. So first I call Father Alfonso Ilanjikal, our former president, and his books, mainly inspirational, they are bestsellers. For example, this one sold 85,000, another one 100,000, like that. So reading is dying, people say, but Father Alfonso always says, you know, if you write properly, people will read. So this is his book. Please come on. So, yep. This is Gitanjali 35, very important. Yes. Next author is Mr. Marshall Frank. He has published 2 books this year. The last one is Abhayatinte Manimulakkam in Malayalam. He has culled several of his articles, and this is it. Where is Babichan Erthail? Babichan Erthail is another prolific writer. This is a practical handbook, German, Malayalam, and English handbook. So people are all migrating these days, so this is very helpful. Babichan is here. Please. Next, I invite Ladislaus Luis de Sousa, who was our editor last year. So he did a good job in bringing out the last year's theme book. I thought he must be honored for that, so that this year we did, so somebody will honor us next year. Very good. Yeah. Please.
Also for the best beer, Mush.
Come soon, please.
Good. Congratulations. Congratulations. What is this? Verapoly, Musha?
And finally, it is me. I published 2 books, one in Malayalam and another one in English. This is story of a mustard seed. It is history of the Carmelite period of the church in India. Okay. But no cock and bull things are added.
You don't need any.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to one and all. We move on to the last part of the agenda, that is the vote of thanks. And to propose the vote of thanks, let me welcome on stage Sister Tessie Jacob.
Good afternoon to all. And as we bind up this wonderful and meaningful morning session, it's my pleasure to propose my vote of thanks to all who made it a meaningful and memorable one. The vibe in this auditorium speaks that the few hours we just had spent was not just discourses, but wake-up calls. I regard this as a special and a rare occasion for our aspiring journalists to listen to daring, hardcore journalists who are the stalwarts of Indian press. I'm sure the sessions in this morning is a reminder to us that even if digital media or the Web 2.0 is our window to the world, press is still the 4th pillar of democracy, and the print media will never die off. And you students, you who have chosen journalism as the domain, is the future promise that the legacy of our dignitaries will continue. We began this power-packed morning with a speech of Mr. Rajgopal. So, with your keynote speech, which indeed was hitting the headlines, you have highlighted the power of words. Words that not only speak, but show. As Dr. Lena said, you are a rare breed of journalist. Thank you, sir, for showing us the magic of headlines. Sir, your life and professional values are inspiration for us to pursue the mission of journalism, to speak truth with power, whatever it may take. Thank you, sir. The courageous actions of the preceding speaker was grounded with personal testimonies of Dr. Leena Raghunath. Ma'am, you too are a rare breed. In a society like ours, your testimonies highlighted the threats that come along with the noble profession of putting down the words of truth. You are a passionate journalist, and I am sure you have created a ripple in the power-packed auditorium with our budding journalists. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are thanks to the next speaker of the day, Dr. Sebastian Paul. Sir, your words of wisdom emerging from your experience was indeed a power-packed one. If fear is the demotivating factor, you found instances in the Bible to overcome fear. Fear makes us cowards. Thank you, sir, for making us aware that telling truth to power is not a romantic affair, but it leads to martyrdom. Thank you so much for your presence and valuable discourse. Father Siddhi Prakash, putting the strings together and helping us to sail smoothly through this morning's discourses was the duty entrusted to you. And you have connected the dots and helped us to sail close and carry the core values of this morning and the convention. Journalism under duress, mission to speak truth to power. Thank you, Father Cedric, for being the moderator of the session. We also express our gratitude to Father Biju for briefing us the 3 speeches and helping us to go to Q&A session. Hence, we could revamp the entire half-day session. Thank you, Father Biju. And last but not least, thank you, Father Binoy, for your concluding remarks, which were posed with introspection as where we stand as ICPA delegates and challenging us. Thank you so much. And the entire session is fruitful and hit the purpose.
Thank you so much for your publications. Take your time and do it.
Okay, once again. The entire session is fruitful and hit the purpose because of this wonderful audience present here. Again, maybe it's a rare occasion where journalists of different generations sit together and discuss about press today and press in India. Thank you all for your attentive listening and participative audience. Thanks to all of us. And of course, the theme book, which is a conscience of our national convention, the ICPA, is the work of many hands coming together. And it was made possible by Mr. Ignatius and Mr. Janjit, the editors who gave it a form. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Ranjit, for your hard work and making the theme an immortal one. And once again, thanks to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Tessie Jacob. Now for final remarks, may I request our President
just to acknowledge the presence of some great people. See, we have the national award-winning poet, writer, and teacher, C.P. Pallippuram, the darling of the young ones of the state. He has come. That is again communication, isn't it? So we value your presence. And we have veteran journalists, transnational experience. We have my former colleague and good old friend, Mr. P.P. Matthew and his wife. They were all heading, he was the editor-in-chief of an English publication, a daily newspaper in UAE, I believe. Yes. Then we have Mr. Chris Thomas, Manorama's Pathanamthitta unit chief, a former colleague of mine, a veteran, especially in sports reporting. Then we have an association of older journalists in Kerala. It is a Senior Journalist Forum, and there is a union also. Both are represented. Mr. Tangachan, who was with the Indian Express for a number of years now, a fighter for the older ones like me. Yes, and we have our former secretary, Jose Vincent. He is not keeping good health. His wife is also is ailing. Despite that, those limitations, he has found time to come, and there are many others. So please take that I acknowledge their presence. Now, a few announcements. Everything is over. We have to get down immediately. Please proceed to the refectory. Yeah. And we are in Kerala is still in the Onam mood. So all of us will have the typical Kerala Sadhya on plantain leaf, I believe. Natural or plastic? That I do not know. And please, because that takes, it is a time-consuming thing. But we have to keep the deadline. 2:30 we have to begin the award ceremony. 2:30. Justice Sunil Thomas is the chief guest. Judges keep their word. They are on time. So we shall not keep them waiting. So please, all the students, and you know where the washrooms are all this side and that side down, everything. And 1 minute more. Yes. See, yesterday we had honored some of our big donors, helpers, benefactors. We couldn't honor some one or two of them. Now, from their congregations, some representatives have come. So I thought we'll just finish it off. I would request Bishop Henry to do the honors as when the names are announced. Can I have Mother Rexy as a representative from FIH? Okay. Then is there anyone from Mother Shanti Antony's congregation? No? Then is there anyone from the OST congregation? There is one. Yes. Come, Cube, please. So is Father Francis. He is a membership seeker. But of course, this year we cannot do anything.
Congratulations.
Okay. I think Mr. Marcel Frank, coming from Coilon, he will receive our thanks mementos because he can give to those mother generals, no problem. So, Marshal, please. Both. And I should acknowledge the presence of Shine Anthony also, because he is the one who coordinated with the J schools and brought the children, the aspiring journalists. Okay, Shine, thank you. So I think that's the end of it. Let's move to the refectory. Yes.